Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting of January 17th, the Town Council meeting of January 17th to order. Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudas?
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. Thank you. If we could please roll our video on meeting rules of decorum.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Michael Hine to come forward. Hi, Michael. First of all, I'd like to introduce him. He is an 11th grader at Los Gatos High School, and it looks like his two main interests are piano and tennis. Michael is the Pacific Northwest 15 under champion and #1 for Los Gatos High School varsity tennis team. He's also studied classical piano for 10 years and participates in Certificate of Merit piano program. In his spare time, besides being a student and doing all that, he's also a member of Boys Team Charity. So thank you very much. And if everyone can please stand. And I'll let you tell.
Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay, you get to shake hands with all the council members and, okay, come on over here this way. We've got two more. And then, Michael, I have one more thing, a parting gift. Thank you so much. Actually, I suppose before I sit down, well, I've sat down. Next, we have commendations for our outgoing commissioners. And so I see a few of you here. For anybody who is an outgoing commissioner that has come here tonight, please come up to the front so that we can hand you your commendations. Okay, and our town clerk will be bringing out the commendations, but I just want to say we have a number of commissioners who have served us over the years that are not here tonight, but I'm grateful that 4 of them have arrived to receive their commendations. And, just so you know, our commissions are advisory to the council. They provide very important service to our town in various levels of expertise and, in-depth work that assists us. And so we have a huge appreciation for the time that you've dedicated. Amazing volunteers. So thank you. And so the first one is for Tim Lundell for the Historic Preservation Committee. Thank you so much. Next, Robert Buxton for the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, although this is kind of the winding end of a series of transportation commissions upon which we both serve together. So. Next is Susan Buxton, who has served for a long time on the library board, and we appreciate your service. And finally, here tonight, we have Reza Tavana, who served on the Planning Commission. Thank you. All right, so one more round of applause for these volunteers, as well as we have several commissioners who served, and they'll receive their commendations. They can come and pick them up, right? Thank you. All right, thank you. Next on our agenda is our consent. Oh, no, we have a closed session report from our town attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. This is to report that the town council met in closed session to discuss real estate negotiations, and there's no action to report at this time.
Thank you. Next, we have council and manager matters. So this is where the council reports on activities or things of interest to the community that they've carried out since our last meeting, which was December 20th. So I will start on my right with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. What was the beginning date again?
I
December.
think December 20th.
Yeah, okay.
Hopefully it involved a lot of relaxation.
I thought so. I have basically had many, many meetings with the Senior Services Committee, the full committee, the drafting committee, and also the governance subcommittee. And notably, around that time, also had a meeting with Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation to understand their services and the finances that they have to support those services that they're providing to the town. So I guess that's pretty much it. Other than that, I observed a Finance Commission meeting, and we've had a lot of various council meetings as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last council meeting on 12/21, I serve on the Bay Air Quality Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board, and that's a 9-county board, and it met on the 21st of December. The most significant thing we did was we appointed Dr. Fine as our new executive officer. He's internationally recognized expert in air quality science and policy. Dr. Fine joins the Air District from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, where he has served as a Principal Deputy Associate Administrator for Policy and a presidential appointed position. As EPA's Environmental Justice Officer, he led the Office of Environmental Justice through a period of unprecedented attention and action and growth, including the implementation of President Biden's Justice 40 initiative. I won't go too much further, but it was an extremely good hire, so we're very excited to have him on board as our executive director at the Air District. On 12/22, I attended the Hanukkah on Main candle lighting with the mayor and a couple other council members. On the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee, they met on January 9th. Nothing to report from that. On January 10th, the Finance Commission met, where we seated 2 new commissioners, and unfortunately, my appointment to that commission resigned, so I will be appointing a new commissioner at our first February council meeting, hopefully. On January 11th, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met, and we elected a new chair, George Tyson from Los Altos Hills, and we elected a vice chair, Tina Walia from Saratoga. I was also selected to serve on their executive committee. Other thing about Silicon Valley Clean Energy, we began receiving 77 megawatts of wind energy this month. One of our 16 power purchase contracts that's delivering renewable wind energy generated in California under a 15-year contract with a company called TerraGen. Silicon Valley Clean Energy will receive 77.7 megawatts of electricity, which accounts for about 5% of our annual retail load. The energy received from this project helps us meet the state's renewable portfolio standard and is complementary to our other long-term clean energy sources in our power mix. Silicon Valley Clean Energy now has 16 long-term renewable energy projects totaling $1.8 million in contracts. 6 of these projects are now delivering energy to our customers, and 10 more hopefully will come online. On January 12th, the VTA board met, and I joined as an alternate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami?
Thank you. Since our last meeting on December 20th, I enjoyed time off with my family, so my schedule to report on any meetings is light. On January 4th, I met with Lee Fago, sitting in the second row. He's the moderator of the Democracy Tent, and we discussed various issues in town of concern to our community. On January 10th, I also observed the meeting of the Finance Commission, but as an attendee. In advance disclosure, on January 16th, I met with property owner Alana Kohanchi, and she is the appellant for agenda item number 15 regarding a fence exception request that we'll be hearing later tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have had a variety of meetings in the past month or so. So one important one was I met with Destination Home, who's a nonprofit. They support affordable housing efforts throughout Santa Clara County, and I met with their CEO and executive leadership to talk about potential affordable housing options in Los Gatos. I also attended the governor's inauguration in Sacramento, and I met with our new assembly member, Gail Pellerin, our former assembly member, Evan Lowe, and our new state senator, Josh Becker. And the following day, I met with Supervisor Joe Simidian, and so they're all really excited to be representing Los Gatos. It's really exciting. Sometimes with redistricting and things, some of our new representatives are not eager to represent new places, but all of them are planning to be very engaged in Los Gatos, which is great. I took part in a meeting with mayors and council members from around the county to discuss strategies to address climate change locally. I attended my first West Valley Sanitation District board meeting where we discussed a few routine matters, met with a variety of community members. I also attended the Hanukkah celebration. And then finally, I spent a lot of time in the community over the past few weeks helping support the efforts of our town with given the storm. And so I focused my time on two things: supply distribution to some of our folks that had lost power, specifically vulnerable community members, and also finding solutions for our homeless residents who are really dealing with some of the worst effects of the storm. And so I, along with some other people in town, helped distribute generators, portable chargers, and flashlights to people that didn't have power, and then tarps, sleeping bags, and warm clothing to some of our homeless community members. And so the last observation I'll share is that throughout the course of the storm, I was really impressed with our hardworking staff who were seemingly omnipresent throughout the whole thing. Whenever I was out there, I was seeing somebody up on a pole or on a crane or picking up debris, and it was pouring rain the whole time, as all of us know. And so it was a difficult time for our town, and I think the town did an amazing job handling it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Well, first of all, I hope that people did take a break and have time with family and friends. You know, we had a break between meetings, and I hope people got to recharge a little bit because we're going to have a busy year. In addition to attending Hanukkah on Main, which I thought was a wonderful opportunity, it was our first, town observation with the JCC, and hopefully we can continue that in future years. I attended the new commissioner orientation and welcomed our new commissioners to a variety of commissions. Looking forward to the work they'll be carrying out on behalf of the town. I'm new to the Finance Commission, so I attended that and the Senior Services meeting on the 10th. I also attended the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission meeting just to hear what's going on with our active transportation. Kind of wrapping up around the Los Gatos Theater. Kind of exciting. I mean, as you probably know, the town owns the theater, but it's under the operation of Cinelux through the Gunsky family. And I had the pleasure of first attending, they had a free film festival, I think on the 28th and 29th of December. And so I think 15 of us from my neighborhood all went to see Elf with It Felt Like Half the Town. And saw a movie this past weekend. And this Thursday night at 6:30 will be the grand opening in the theater. There'll be a ribbon cutting, and then actually at 6 o'clock. I'm sorry. And then at 6:30 there will be tickets for a man called Otto, and it's a fundraiser for LGEF and for the Los Gatos High School Wildcat Foundation. So anyone who hasn't seen that excellent movie, this is a good opportunity to benefit to school foundations and see a very thought-provoking movie. Let's see. And I think that's about it. And now to our town manager.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for recognizing the hard efforts of the staff during the storm. It was a very intense operation, and staff really cares deeply about the town. So I also want to thank our volunteers. Our community emergency response team volunteers assisted us, and that was just a great way to supplement our limited resources. So thank you to that. As we think about the storm, I do want to just remind folks that trees could still fall, land could still slip. So just be aware of your surroundings. I think we've done pretty well as a town, but we just want to make sure everybody stays extra safe with our soggy soils. Quite a number of other things to announce and report. We are, as Councilmember Rennie said, we are recruiting for a finance commissioner. Applications are due on January 27th, and the application is available on the town clerk's website. So please see that for more information. We have launched an updated look and feel to our website, so I do want to encourage people to come visit the website. It's a little bit easier to navigate, fewer clicks to find the information that you're needing. We recognize that there's more work to be done, but I encourage everyone to visit that as a source of information. On the website, you will see that we are doing a survey of valet parking users. We're very interested to learn what your experience was this year and ideas for the future, so please check that out. We have a lot of meetings coming up with our town council, so I do want to just highlight a couple of them so the public can join us. Next Tuesday on the 24th, our council will be considering strategic priorities that focus primarily on policy and ordinance work. This is not a budget hearing. The budget conversation and budget direction will happen in February. On the 30th of January, the council will consider our draft housing element, and if necessary, we have a backup meeting to continue the conversation on the 31st, if need be. The town is a partner with 2 of our school districts around positive community norms, and we are hosting our first community workshop to help our youth consider other options other than alcohol and drugs. So we are doing that over Zoom, and that will be at 6 p.m. on February 1st, and more information is available on the town website. And I think that takes care of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manager. Our next item is our consent calendar, and on here we have 10 items on consent that are generally considered to be non-controversial, pretty straightforward contracts or things. But that said, we always have the opportunity for anyone in the public to speak on any item in the consent agenda, and I don't have any cards for that. So I see a hand raised on Zoom, but I'm not sure if it's for verbal communication or if it's for consent. If you're listening, put your hand down briefly if you don't want to speak on the consent calendar. Or I guess we can check. Should we unmute Margaret Smith? Okay, Margaret, if you'd like to speak to us on the, hand is down, hand is up, okay. You can unmute yourself if you'd like to address us on the consent calendar. Okay, her hand is down. That's okay. So that said, are there any members of council who'd like to speak or pull an item? Councilmember Hudes.
So I have some questions on item 4. I don't know if town manager's prepared to talk about that now or whether I should pull it.
If it's a general question, Director Burnham has joined us through Zoom, but if it's an extensive discussion, we would recommend pulling it.
It's about the financials and the expenditures to date on that project.
I would recommend we pull that.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll take that item and hear it at the end of all of our other items. So that will be, item 4 will be heard after item 15. Anyone else from the council wish to make a comment, pull anything, or make a motion? Councilmember Rennie.
Mayor, I will move adoption of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 10 minus or excluding item 4.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Vice Mayor Badami?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I'll call no discussion. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed, so it passes 5-0. And that's all items on consent 1 through 10, exclusive of 4. Now, we will move to verbal communications. This is the time when anybody in the chambers or on the Zoom meeting can address the council on an item that is not on the agenda but falls under the purview of the town council. I have quite a few cards and a hand up on Zoom. I think I'll start with we'll do some cards and then go back and forth between Zoom. Okay, so the first speaker is Sue Amadian. Please come to, I think the microphone should be on.
Thank you. I'm Sue Amadian, and a longtime resident of Los Gatos and president of the St. Vincent de Paul Conference at St. Mary's Church in Los Gatos.
1 second. Let's make sure you're on the microphone. Otherwise, nobody watching the meeting will be able to hear you outside these chambers. Thank you.
Sue Amadian, longtime Los Gatos resident, president of St. Vincent de Paul Conference at St. Mary's Church in Los Gatos. A couple other members are here from St. Vincent de Paul. Members of our group have active relationships with the local homeless. We have been working with our unhoused neighbors as their camps have been ravaged by the rains. These last weeks, they have needed to launder or replace their clothes, sleeping bags, tents, tarps, and get out of the mud. There are 3 overnight warming centers in the county, sometimes filled to capacity, and according to the website, scheduled to close today. We would like to work with you toward a plan for designating and opening an overnight warming center in Los Gatos for future severe weather events. We believe that working with the Los Gatos Council, the Red Cross, and local faith communities, this effort can be achieved. I will follow up with an email to each of you to start a dialogue and learn what has already been discussed and accomplished toward this effort. And thank you all for your service.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amadian. And you'll follow up with us, so we'll get more information. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Ramesh Sastry. You can just hold it if you need to, to adjust.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, this is my first experience here. So I've been in Los Gatos since 1995. I live in the same street where Rob Moore he grew up. The main reason I'm here, we are representing about 30 to 40 families. Most of them, they are in Zoom, and some of them are here. So I was surprised to see there was no agenda called burglary. So we don't want that item to be in Los Gatos, right? So we had a couple burglaries in our street, in our area, and very bad. And also there were some catalytic converter thefts. Having lived here for 30, 40 years, I never heard this type of thing. So I'm just kind of raising the awareness. We don't want this to be a new normal, like saying that this is the way the life is going to be. So we, as most of the guys who are in that area, they are all engineers. Everybody is coming up with ideas of how to protect our houses. And some of these burglars are very bad. $30,000 to $40,000 worth of jewelries and all are gone, right? And so that is the reality of life. That technology is there. We would like to work with the city and the police and whatever we need to do as a preventive. I'll come to that. The second point which everybody is afraid of is this new induced fear. Like every time you come out of the house, you don't know whether your catalytic converter is there or not. Every time you go into the house, whether you have been robbed or not. This is something it's not acceptable for anybody, for that matter, right? So what we are here for is to request the city and the cops or whoever to do something so that we don't sink into this hole, thinking that this is the way the life is going to be. Right, so that's where we are here for. There are a lot of things which we have listed out, like surveillance cameras, hidden cameras, and petrol increase, and we would like to work with the city in that area. And I'm 100% sure that if this awareness goes to the other parts of Las Gatos, everybody will join the bandwagon. So that's what I'm here for, and I think I just made my case. I really do not know how this whole thing works, but we thought that we'll come and then express ourselves. So I don't want to go into the list of things which we have already thought through what one can do. Since you guys are recording, I'm just going to read very, very quickly. So we just thought that install some hidden surveillance cameras on some of the light poles, and then monitored frequent patrols, like especially 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., but this robbery has happened right at 5:30 to 10:45 a.m. That's the scares the hell out of everybody. They went to see the game and they come out, it's been robbed, right? It's a lot of deterrent signs, equipment, dummy blinking lights, cameras, and there are a lot of things you can do. And also there are punishment things, like we think that if the punishments are strong enough so that the thieves are, they got to be scared. There is nothing seems to be deterring these people anymore. So I think I have said enough, so we can talk about it later on. Thanks a lot, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, your time is up, but I appreciate your point. Councilmember Rennie might have a question for you, so hold on.
Actually, I was just going to ask staff if they could tell us how this neighborhood could partner with the police department.
We do have a neighborhood watch program, and we would encourage you to contact Jackie Rose in our police department, and we'd be happy to get a neighborhood watch meeting together for you and your neighbors.
Yeah, we just started working on that aspect as well, but I think that we may have to do a little more than that. So that's the reason I'm here for. Appreciate that. And we will start working with you. this is something new for all of us. Like, it's about 40 families here. We have our own WhatsApp group, and we discuss quite a lot of stuff. Certainly, we would like to sync up and take it to a next level. And I don't know whether you just put a neighborhood sign on a pole will deter people.
Okay.
These likes are professionals, the way what we are seeing right now.
Yeah, well,
That's
we
the
can
part
get a
which scares
group.
the hell out of us. So we need to go a little one step above. So we will work with you on that. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Naomi Salawe? Salo. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I am Naomi Salo, and I'm here with, I see a lot of my neighbors. I'm in the Gatos neighborhood, and, sorry. I have a letter from Ellie Lowy, my neighbor, whose boyfriend got killed coming out of our neighborhood, and she asked me to read it. Sorry. Okay. Dear Town Council representatives, my name is Ellie. I am turning 20 at the end of this month. I've lived in the neighborhood for a majority of my life and childhood. Leaving the neighborhood to my everyday life meant taking left turn from Gatos Boulevard to Blossom Hill Road. Every morning when we took that left turn, I thought to myself, something bad is going to happen here, but never did I expect it to be to me. Tyler and I were together for 5 years. We started dating our freshman year in high school and attended Chapman University. The early morning of January 8th, was undeniably an average morning. We woke up after a good night's sleep, talked about our dreams they had that night and our plans for the day. Ty got his things together, gave me a kiss goodbye, and told me that he would see me in a few hours. The next I saw him was not at all what we had planned. At 9:28, my boyfriend took that same left turn onto Blossom Hill Road and lost his life. That left turn means you take a risk every time you cross it. Only this time the risk was fatal. I will forever have to live with the horror that Ty was killed leaving my home in our neighborhood. If that turn had better visibility, a middle lane, or traffic lights, Ty would still be alive right now. Sorry. It's a traumatic tragedy that Ty never made it past his teens. Leaving behind his parents, sibling, loving friends, and myself. And no one else should ever have to experience this. Our neighborhood is filled with young families living in these houses. Attending Mulberry School is it is more likely than unlikely, It is more than likely that next time it will happen to one of them. And yes, there will be a next time if we don't take proper precautions. No parent, family, girlfriend, or friend should have to feel the pain, especially when it's preventable. So please, I beg you, do something about it now before the next time. So, being a parent, I've been in this neighborhood 11 years, and I have 3 kids I taught to drive, and they're 1 year to 5 years, and that turning left is just awful. So I'm hoping we can do something about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I just want to mention that this horrific collision is under investigation, and so the town can't comment on it right now, but it's rightfully very emotional, tragic, horrific, and feels like it could have been avoidable. I know we have other speakers on this topic, and everybody is welcome to come forward and speak. Just understand that there's not a lot we can say about it right now. My next speaker is Siram Narayanan. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Am I on? So, hey, my name is Sriram Narayanan. My family moved here from Texas 5 years ago to the Bay Area to live the Silicon Valley dream, and we picked Los Gatos. And we are happy mostly. I say mostly because we do not feel safe on the roads around here. I live on Blossom Hill Road between Lee and Harwood. Blossom Hill Road has turned into a raceway. I watch out of my window every day as I see cars barreling down at speeds no less than 60 miles an hour. There are Porsches, there are Lamborghinis, there are racing happening in front of my house on Blossom Hill Road. The speed limit's 35 and 25 when children are present. I have a child who attends Nodden Elementary School. Councilman Moore, I believe that's your former stomping grounds. And I do not feel safe sending my school. They have walkathons where they want the kids to walk to school. I do not feel safe having my son walk to school. There have been speed-related collisions on Gilda Way right outside Nodden Elementary School. I'm looking here for law enforcement for support. So I'm here to raise awareness of this very important problem. Accidents like what the lady talked about are incidents that happen and incidents that are forgotten. But the problem remains. As I was driving to this meeting today, I saw a sign that said, Los Gatos, listen, change, and grow. I love it. Can we listen? Can we make some changes to our roads? Can we increase law enforcement presence, please? Can we add, I'm not a traffic engineer, can we do the right thing to make Blossom Hill Road blossom again? So I can yield the rest of my time if there is a promise from anyone in this room that we will fix Blossom Hill Road. I can only speak to the intersections between Lee Avenue and Harwood Road. Can we please listen, change, and grow? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Masson.
Hi, thank you for your time. It's Kelly Massini. I too am a Bellwood resident for 21 years. And I saw the aftermath of that collision, which was horrific and very tragic for our neighborhood. I wanted to bring awareness and a sense of urgency to our town to address the raceway, is a very apt term for Blossom Hill Road between Lee and Harwood. People travel at a high rate of speed, and it had a tragic and horrific result last week. I have a few suggestions, a couple of which can be done immediately for very little money. One of which should be done right away is increasing the red curb out of the exits out of Bellwood, which is on West Hill, Gatos, and Bellwood Gateway. Super cheap, super easy, and would increase the visibility, which could avoid these types of accidents. Another one would be adding a crosswalk at Copeland, which is the back exit of Lee High School. A flashing crosswalk with a median that would visually slow down traffic. Also adding a digital speed sign, as you see all over town, to remind people how fast they're traveling. Another one would be a road diet, which is adding the fog line or a bike lane on the right-hand side of the roads, which would visually narrow the roads and slows people down. And then another option would be to add a center lane for turns. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and it sounds like our staff has captured that. And of course, moving forward, one thing I want to say is next week when we're working on strategic priorities, safety is one of our priorities, and we do take this seriously. So thank you. Our next speaker is, hold on, let me stay on this. Katrina Brinkman.
Good evening. I have been living in the beautiful neighborhood of Gatos, Bellwood, For the past 9 years, I live next to Gatos Park. We really need to address the traffic situation. Gatos Road gets a lot of traffic as we have lots of draws to this neighborhood. Gatos Road as an exit is used more than West Hill exit and the Bellwood Gateway exit. There is also an exit from our area at Harwood Road, which is used also by the San Jose neighborhood. We have 4 ways to leave our neighborhood pretty much. This last December, leaving my neighborhood, I was making a left on Blossom Hill Road, plenty of space, east and west. And as I made my exit and was entering Blossom Hill on the correct way, a speeder comes down the road, weaving in and out of cars. I do not know how I wasn't hit. My daughter was very upset in the car. There are 3 draws to this area: a park, a school, and a daycare. Gatos Park is a neighborhood park with trails to Santa Rosa Open Space and Hines Open Space. If you have not been in this area lately, I suggest you go. It's beautiful. It is used by families, hikers, cyclists, and equestrians. The parking lot at the end of Gatos Road has about 18 spaces, which are usually full, and this spells out onto Gatos Road, 3 to 4 cars, and West Hill. There's also street parking on Bachagalupe Drive. This is 22 plus cars coming and going different times of the day, more than 40 cars per day, and that is a low estimate. Park staff comes here 2 to 3 times a day, and San Jose Water has a reservoir here with occasional trucks and security. Another draw is Bright Horizons Daycare. They have, on a daily average per the staff there, 18 teacher staff and about 50 families, 50 coming and going in the AM, 50 coming and going in the PM, and 18 teachers as well. It is open 5 days a week, 8:30 to 6. Mulberry School is the last draw. It is a private pre-K through 5th grade school that is a class approximately 8:40 to 3 p.m. with extended care to 5 p.m. It is a teacher staff of 29 people daily. They also have 80 to 90 families, not students. I'm talking about families. Some families do have siblings at Bright Horizons. They also rent in the evening to a piano teacher for lessons. This is the biggest draw for our area, with 80 cars coming and going twice a day. 80 in the morning, 80 in the evening, plus the staff of about 30 cars. Yes, they do use Gatos noticeably, as those who want to park on the east side will make U-turns at the crosswalk, all 4 crosswalks of West Hill and Gatos. Every morning walking a dog, I need to deal with this. Please consider a signal at this location, Blossom Hill and Gatos Road. My husband and I, the entire time we have lived there, have said something's going to happen. If we do not see a signal there now, you will in less than 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. My next speaker is Blake Thornberry.
Hi, good evening. My name is Blake. I'm also from the Bellwood neighborhood as well, and I think we have quite a few of my neighbors here as well. So maybe if you're from Bellwood, you can raise your hand. Yeah, quite a few. So I think, first of all, my condolences to the young man who passed away, his friends, family, and loved ones. It's really a tragedy to see this occur in our neighborhood, and shocking, frankly. I think none of us are surprised, really, that this happened. I think that's really the unfortunate takeaway here. I think we all have a tremendous amount of suggestions as well as far as how we could improve this. There's 4 interfaces with our neighborhood and Blossom Hill. Blossom Hill is the only roadway you can pretty much take to go to school, grocery store, etc. So it's the primary roadway. There's 4 interfaces with our neighborhood. 3 of them, of the 4, I would consider unsafe, similar or exactly the same as the one where this young man passed away at. There's a total of 4 lanes of traffic, cross directions. There's 2 lanes in each direction, which makes people drive erratically and aggressively to pass one another. There's no turning lane. The shoulders are quite poor. There's limited visibility. And so in my time, I've lived here since 2015. I'm surprised there really hasn't been more accidents, to be honest. So I know the community here has a whole lot of suggestions as far as ideas, how to fix it. But I just want to use this unfortunate incident to kind of help get some traction on developing a blueprint for how we can fix this in the future, and then at some point implementing that. Because I think, if we don't do something, this is going to happen again. I have, 3 kids, they're all under 5, and I'm absolutely terrified on the day that they have to, learn to drive a car and take a left turn on Gatos. There's no way I can say no to that, but it's terrifying to me. So that's all I have to say. I just want to, hopefully we can work constructively to develop some solution here. Thank you.
Thank you. And we did receive your email that you sent in that had diagrams and an explanation, so I appreciate that.
Just trying to bring awareness to the issue. So thank you all for taking a look at that as well.
Thank you. I think that's the last speaker I have on this topic. I don't know. Oh, Councilmember Rennie.
Again, if I could ask staff to make some comments. I know so I don't know if I'm being heard. Okay. We take safety very seriously, and we have a number of projects going in town already on safety. But I wanted to ask staff sort of what's the process, how do we get this going, and how can the community get engaged? I know some of the projects we have going are a lot easier because they're all in Los Gatos. This looks like we're gonna have to work with San Jose to make any changes to the road. So could you talk a little bit about how this process might get kicked off, and how it would go, and how the community can get involved in inserting their ideas? And then maybe also a little bit about patrol, again, since it's a mixed road. Does San Jose patrol it? Do we patrol it? How do we work with San Jose on patrolling the road?
So it is the northern half of the road is in San Jose's jurisdiction, and then the southern part is in Los Gatos. So finding fixes, and I do appreciate everyone coming and sharing their ideas with us. Finding fixes means that it will be an inter-jurisdictional issue. We are, as the mayor said, still investigating the accident, so I don't want to speak too soon until we know what the results of that investigation come forward with. Our council every year does consider a capital improvement program, and next week we will be considering our strategic priorities. One of our priorities is bicycle and pedestrian safety. And as the mayor said, safety is one of our main goals here at the town. And so that's a good time for the council to consider whether or not it wants to expand the safety elements of our priorities. There may be opportunities for some community engagement. It sounds like we can work offline with some of the community leaders and see what we can do in terms of a listening session so that town staff can really hear all of the ideas that many of you have. And I know we have some people on Zoom yet to speak, and they may also want to weigh in on this. So let me just see if the chief has anything more to say at this point. We do enforcement, especially around our schools, and we are stretched a little bit thin. So there's lots of ideas out there, and we look forward to the opportunity to discuss them.
Thank you for the question. We have been and continue to provide directed enforcement out there. Even today, we had directive enforcement out there, providing education, visibility, and just making contact with anybody that needs an extra reminder related to the traffic laws that are out there. But I would look forward to being a part of a community listening session to listen to all of your ideas and how we can collaborate further and trying to ensure safety for the community.
Thank you. The other thing I forgot to mention is our verbal communications usually goes 30 minutes, and then we move people to the end, and I didn't pay attention to what time we started. We have 4 minutes left? Okay, then I will go to the next card I have, and then with apologies, anybody else wanting to speak to us on an item not on the agenda can speak at the end of the meeting. So the next card is Lee Fago. I'm happy to see an engaged public.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking only as a 25-plus year Los Gatos resident, and I'm not representing any group. First, thanks to the Planning Commission and the Housing Element Advisory Board, for their continued commitment and hard work. This is going to be a shift from the conversation we just had listened to. And I want to thank the outreach by the town staff for all of their behind-the-scenes work, deciphering the needs and incorporating the direction from the council on the new housing element as well as the 2040 general plan. It is also helpful that several current council members have served on prior committees and commissions, so they are better informed and engaged in the process. Thank you. The citizens of Los Gatos were told during a recent December council meeting that the California Department of Housing and Community Development's Division of Housing and Policy Development had received the town's draft housing element that was submitted on October the 14th last year, and the town received positive initial feedback recently, and there should not be any real issues going forward. However, the January 12th, 23 letter from the same state agency has provided 11 pages of guidance to required revisions that need to be made to meet compliance with state housing element law, and the final plan with those changes to be submitted very quickly, now by January 31st. Rather than list all the changes necessary to be in compliance, nor even the major areas of required change, for the sake of expediency tonight, please, in the spirit of both the required public participation, where community input is considered and incorporated, Section E of that document, and true transparency, please, as soon as possible, communicate the public sessions to be scheduled for revision work on this housing element, and include progress on the expiring housing element, how any prior site work and even the pipeline projects could be incorporated into this new submission. Also, there was clear guidance on how to define the town's housing needs, the resources and constraints, particularly in dealing with and even defining where and how housing by price, social mix, and multifamily zoning needs to be provided. Tonight, please provide guidance for an action the town will take to make for such compliance. Specifically, include implementation plans with details to follow each policy and include the funding strategy for below market rate housing needs to support such development and other housing development programs, including for citizens with disabilities, since we have a continually aging population in town. Convene the citizens committees, such as the extended term of the Housing Element Advisory Board, to meet with town staff immediately to begin this revision this week, as the consequences of failure to submit an acceptable, compliant housing element on time will remove the town government and its citizens, both community and neighborhood-wide, to participate and allow, quote, instead, the builder's remedy to be implemented. That is not the right result.
Thank you, Mr. Figo. I do know that, our staff was working with HCD, and we were receiving verbal comments ahead of the written comments that came in. I don't know if the manager wants to comment on our schedule, but staff has been working really hard on this.
And we continue to work very hard on the housing element. We are scheduled to bring the document to Town Council on the 30th of January, and we welcome the public to join us for that discussion.
Thank you.
Will there be any additional community meetings between now and then where that input could be provided?
There will be a noticed public hearing for the council consideration of the document. The public is welcome to join us at that time.
Only on the 30th?
On the 30th, and if council needs a second night to continue the conversation, we have the 31st also on the calendar.
Okay, thank you. Given that we have 1 minute left, not even, I think I'll just close verbal communications because I don't know. And I apologize to the people that are on Zoom and the cards I have left. So we'll take those. We'll continue verbal communication after item 4, which is now after item 15. So moving on to our public hearings, we have item 11, consider objections to the proposed abatement of hazardous vegetation. And we have a report, I believe. Okay, for anybody who is ready to leave or not stay for any items, you can feel free to walk out. It's not considered rude, we understand. And thank you for coming. We'll give everyone a minute. And if I can just ask you, if you do want to have a discussion with each other, take it outside because we can hear anybody out in the hallway inside the chambers. It's fine. It's not rude. Okay. So item 11 and the report.
Meredith Johnson is with us this evening on Zoom for this report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Meredith Johnston, Administrative Technician for the Parks and Public Works Department. On December 6th, Council passed a resolution declaring certain hazard vegetation growing in the town to be a public nuisance. The resolution included properties where such nuisance exists, and this public hearing was set. Staff recommends the following to Council. Consider objections for property owners for properties listed on Attachment 1 to the requirement that they remove fire hazardous vegetation and debris from their properties prior to the deadline and order abatement. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions along with Mo Kumar, who is with the Weed Abatement Program from Santa Clara County.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. Question, this list seems considerably longer than some of the ones we've seen in the last few years. I think there are 66 properties on it. If it is longer, why is that? And is it still efficient to use the current process where we have so many more properties that are non-compliant?
I'm going to pass this question on to Mo, who's here with us tonight.
Hello, this is Mo Cumry, Weed Abatement Manager. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. The list actually isn't any longer. Last year was 65. The year before that was 66. The lowest we've had since 2018 was 58 properties on the list, so it's consistent. This is also the same process that is followed by the county for over 900 parcels. It is actually the way it's spelled out in the Health and Safety Code to use it, to go through this process.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Any discussion? Any motions?
Public comment.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll open this to public comment. I have one card. Eugene Della Maggiore.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Gene Della Maggiore. I own the property at 27 Montgomery Street. I've owned it for quite a while. And I had COVID when this process, so I couldn't take care of the property because I was down for about 3 months. And I do my own maintenance of stuff, and my wife's always after me, why you keep doing this? But that's why I'm 80 years old, because I want to keep working. So I'm asking the council to take me off that list, and I felt that probably the fairest way is to remove me, and I'd be willing to pay the $100 or the $98 for the 1 year for the county going out there and doing their work. So I really appreciate your consideration on this item.
Thank you. I don't know if we have comments by staff, what the procedure is, or if we'll discuss that after. Okay.
They were telling me I was going to meet an arbitrator, so I didn't even know what was.
Okay.
I would defer to the consultant, and then maybe, are there any other comment cards on this item?
No, there are not.
Okay.
So I'll close the public comment, and we will address this issue. Thank you.
So what, do I hear now, or I don't know the process, so I apologize.
So we'll hear from the town's consultant on what they recommend to do under these circumstances.
Pardon, I'm kind of.
We're gonna wait and hear from the town's consultant right now. And so if you like, you could have a seat, and then we'll hear what they recommend.
Because I was down for about 3 months with COVID, and everybody knows what COVID is like, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, we have hands up still. They appear to be remnants from the verbal communications, but you may want to just verify that before we close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I see 3 hands up on Zoom, and if you do not want to speak on weed abatement, please put your hand down right now. I see 1 hand still up. Jack Veneta. If you can unmute him. Mr. Veneta, if you'd like to speak to us about weed abatement, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, but my hand was up for the verbal communications.
Okay, thank you. Then we will be taking that at the very end of the meeting, so you may want to put your hand down until we complete all the way through items 15 and number 4, and then we'll be finishing verbal communications then. Thank you. Okay, seeing no more okay, all the hands are down. Councilmember Rennie.
So let me see if I can ask the question of our consultant. The things that I'm curious about, is this the first time we've seen this property on the list? Also, I believe this list means there's weeds in there now that they need to go fix, but then next year they will appear on the list for inspection and get charged for that also. I think they're supposed to be there some number of years after, I'll call it a violation, but a gentle violation. And so could the consultant talk about all of the parts to that? I think the applicant is saying, well, okay, fine, I'll pay $100 for him to clean up this time. But I think what he really wants to do is get back his own responsibility to do it. So could you talk a little bit about that?
The properties, when added to the program, remain on until they demonstrate 3 consecutive years of voluntary compliance. I'm looking up the property in question. It was added in 2022 for tall grass and weeds. And so it has this would be its first year, the first active year in the program. There are no fees yet to pay. They would only pay those fees if it had been through these hearing processes. We can't charge fees until they've been through this process. This would be the first year active on the program.
So if I could follow up, could we as council ask you not to weed abate this, in other words, take it off the list and ask, it sounds like the owner of the property is happy to do it himself, so we would just take him off the list, and then he won't be on it also for the next 3 years, because I believe there's an inspection charge that he would get the next 3 years. So I understand, getting sick for COVID and you missed 1 year, but I don't want to penalize him for, basically getting COVID.
You have it is your authority to take them off the list. I have to follow what you order. That's why we're in this public hearing. We ask that if you take a property off, you take them off for cause, but it is the decision of your council.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Vice Mayor Badami and then Councilmember Moore.
I was going to make a motion, but if Councilmember Moore has comments, I'd welcome those.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
So I was just going to ask, if we wanted to remove this property, it would look like a motion that says all of these properties minus 27 Montgomery?
That's correct.
Okay, would you like to move forward, Vice Mayor?
Yes. So I move to order the abatement of weeds for properties listed on the 2023 weed abatement program in attachment 1 and remove parcel 410-17-009 from the list due to the hardship of having COVID, which I feel is a warranted exception.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes?
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Rennie?
I wrote down that it was 27 Montgomery, and I believe we just got the one for 25 Montgomery. So let's make sure. Do you live at 27 Montgomery? So 25 Montgomery is correct.
27 Montgomery is on the card.
And I believe Councilmember Badami gave us parcel number for 25, not 27. I just want to.
I did do that, but I don't see his other APN on this list.
It looks like it's just above it, which is 410-17008 instead of 009.
Okay, I see, with the PO box.
Sorry,
All
I
right,
just want to
yes.
make sure we get it correct.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennie, for doing that. I appreciate that. Yes, so I will amend the motion to reference parcel number 410-17-008. Thank you.
And we have a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call the question, seeing no other comments. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Now, we will move to item number 12. Consider a general plan amendment by resolution to add policies to the hazards and safety element. Ms. Armour.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. The item before you is a general plan amendment to add 2 policies to the hazards and safety element of the 2040 general plan. This amendment is recommended to ensure that the town maintains its compliance with state law requirements that are triggered by any general plan or housing element update process conducted after January 1st of 2014. The specific language was part of the review by the California Board of Forestry and CAL FIRE as part of the 2040 general plan update process. The policies were originally adopted in June of 2022 as part of the community design element of the 2040 general plan. After the element was put on hold in October of last year, the language was recommended for relocation to the hazards and safety element by the General Plan Committee on October 26th and by the Planning Commission on December 14th. The staff report includes materials from those meetings and a draft resolution for consideration, including attachment 3. This concludes staff's presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Does any council member have a question for our staff? Okay, and I don't have any cards right now. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this issue? I'll give Zoom a second or two. I'm not seeing any hands up, so I'll close the public comment part of this and open it to my council members. Council member Moore.
I'd like to to approve a general plan amendment by resolution to add policies to the hazards and safety element.
Thank you. Second from Vice Mayor Badami.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Armour. Okay, now, item 13, we're going to receive the police services report for July to December 2022. And I see our police chief coming forward with the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Field, Chief of Police for Los Gatos Montesreno Police Department. Thank you for having us this evening. With me, as well, is our operations captain, Captain Derek Moy, who will also be assisting with reviewing some of the slides that we have here to provide an overview of the comprehensive staff report that really encompasses a review of the last 6 months in terms of available resources, the operational efforts, and the prior and ongoing priorities for the Los Gatos Montesreno Police Department. And next slide, please. So first, I'd like to begin with a staff update with the hiring and recruitment efforts. They have been in full swing and they have rendered for us in our Support Services Bureau 2 additional record specialists, 2 dispatchers, one that recently just got off of training, and another one that just started today and comes to us from another law enforcement agency from out of state. And then 2 additional community service officer interns. They began several months ago and are doing well. On our Operations Bureau side, we have 2 police officers that one just got off of training last week. Another one is doing well, and then the academy recruit just started today and is expected to begin the academy in a month from now. Next slide, please. The law enforcement profession continues to be increasingly complex, data-driven, and facing increasing regulations, and that's apparent as we've seen through a lot of legislative mandates and court decisions. Some of the legislative mandates that we are adjusting to and implementing surround police misconduct, decertification, and some of the transparency items that we've heard from nationwide throughout the last couple of years. And that's what we see up there at Senate Bill 2 and Senate Bill 16. We continue to evaluate our policy and make the adjustments that are necessary to reflect those legislative updates and court processes. One of the court decisions that came forward in July of 2022 was some adjustment to the concealed weapon permit and the issuance of that, and that came out of a decision in New York. In addition, locally, we are working and collaborating with our Youth Commission to evaluate e-bike ordinances. Next slide, please. And if you can bring up all the material on there. In 1959, the legislature brought forth a commission on police officer standards and training, and really what that does is set the competency level for law enforcement within California. What they do is they outline the requirements surrounding hiring, recruitment, training, and other regulations. There's over 600 agencies that are post-based agencies within California. Some of the compliance is reflected up there that's required in the last 6 months. We've had staff, both sworn and professional staff, that have had the opportunity to attend 812 hours of training. We've also had a lot of staff development and leadership training needs due to transition, and namely that's a lot of promotional opportunities that were filled in these last 6 months, specifically 5 promotions to our sworn staff and 4 promotions to our professional staff as well that require under post and other development needs leadership courses. Next slide, please. Our calls for service, we have it in 3 different priority levels. Priority 1 being any threat to life. So that's our 5 minutes and less, and we continue to meet that. And you can see in orange is for 2022 during the time frame of July through December, and 2021 is reflected in blue for the same time frame for an equal comparison there. And then we have priority 2, and that's really focused on the next level of emergency, that's namely addressing property crimes, and then priority 3, which is 15 minutes and less, and as you can see, we meet that quite sufficiently. Our communications center is a PSAP center, public safety point, and the industry standard is to answer a 911 call 95% of the time in 10 seconds or less. And in this last 6 months, we actually surpassed the prior year, and we met those calls 96.8% of the time. The other breakdown that you can see up there is between 911 incoming calls, the incoming non-emergency calls, and outbound calls. And you can see during the similar time frames compared from 2021 to 2022 that there's a similar breakdown on that pie chart. Next slide, please. We continue to take a collaborative approach on our mental health response for our community. We work closely with behavioral health services, and that's namely through their MCRT, or the Mobile Crisis Response Team, or the MRSS, both wraparound services that are mobile teams that can come out on scene with staff as we respond to mobile crisis, so we can evaluate what the best approach is and really utilize time to make the best decision. 988 was introduced, and that's a national initiative that came about in July. It's continuously being assessed, but in essence, it removes that direct call into the 911 and provides a option to call 988, which is an evaluation center overseen by a suicide prevention hotline, and they will make an evaluation and determination of what resources might be most appropriate for the situation. If it is one of these non-law enforcement based mobile services, or if it's law enforcement or in tandem. In addition, recently there's another deployment team that's available, referred to as TRUST. It's called Trusted Response Urgent Support Team. This team is a non-law enforcement based team of 3 individuals consisting of a crisis intervention trained individual, peer support individual, and somebody who's CPR trained that can respond out based on the needs from that crisis hotline, and also provide follow-up to family members or other support members of the individual, or revisit the individual should further follow-up be needed. And then on the right is a slide of comparison for mental health reports taken during the same time frame in 2021 and 2022. You'll see that there is a slight decrease in this time frame for 2022 in terms of the reports taken for evaluations. Next slide, please. We continue to comply with the Racial Identity Profiling Act under Assembly Bill 953 from 2015. The first report that I have seen from this was just produced last week. It was almost 300 pages. The report for smaller agencies will not be seen for probably another year at least. But this data that you have up here before you on the screen is specific to Los Gatos Montesreno Police and the perception of the officer and what's required for them to input the data for their perception based on an initiated stop or contact related to traffic or a person stop. And on the screen, you'll see that it's specific to race, ethnicity, and perceived gender. So just to provide some transparency and the information that's being collected and provided to Department of Justice for their compiling. Next slide, please. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to Operations Captain Derek Moy to take us through the next 4 slides.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This next slide represents traffic enforcement and case reports. If you look at the slide to the left, it shows the graph from July to December 2021. As you can see, the report is reporting both cycles of both stops and citation is likely down because of short staffing at the time frame. The documented police reports on the right graph are consistent with the year before. So those look about, looks a little even on that. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the Flock Safety License Plate Reader System. The Flock is a 2-year pilot program for allocation and implementation of a stationary automated license plate reader throughout town as a crime suppression and investigative tool. This system is used regularly to develop leads and for further investigation, not only for our agency, but when other agencies request assistance for any of their cases. The system consists of 17 Flock cameras. They're installed at every major entry route into our jurisdiction. 15 have been installed since the first of the year. One was installed in November, and we're waiting for another to be installed. The system alert officers in the field of stolen or vehicles wanted in connection with the crime. Approximately 600,000 license plates are scanned monthly in Los Gatos. In the last 6 months, with the help of Flock system, we have completed 32 police reports, recovered 14 stolen vehicles. Each image from Flock is permanently deleted after 30 days, unless the image is downloaded and needed for further investigation. The use of the Flock system is audited monthly to ensure the policy is being followed. Each officer's usage history is stored permanently. The Flock transparency page is located on our website. Next slide, please. This slide shows the Flock matrix initiated reports for the last 6 months. We had 161 Flock activations from July to December on stolen or felony wanted vehicles. I believe it's important to recognize not only the number of stolen vehicles, but the number of stolen vehicles or felony vehicles that fled from officers. We don't have the exact number on the vehicles that fled from us, but it's a high likelihood that these vehicles that fled from us were on their way in town to do something illegal, but because of this system and officers flooding the area, they left our jurisdiction. Just a couple weeks ago, we had a flock alert in the North 40 area. Officers responded to the area and found that vehicle driving around in North 40 with no headlights on. They spotted the officers and fled onto Highway 17 northbound at a high rate of speed. So we likely prevented further crime. Next slide, please. This next slide, I'm just going to go over a few notable cases from the last 6 months. The first case is going to be in July, which is a flock alert case. In July, the flock system alerted officers to a stolen vehicle traveling on Los Gatos Boulevard, traveling to Los Gatos from southbound Union Avenue. The vehicle was reported stolen from San Jose PD in sometime in June. Officers responded to the area and located the vehicle in the driveway of a residence on Union Avenue. Officers set up surveillance on the vehicle, and a short time later, a male subject exited the residence and got to the vehicle and attempted to drive away. Officers conducted a high-risk traffic stop, and the suspect was taken into custody without incident and booked into county jail. The next case is a property crime that occurred in July, which was an organized retail theft case. In this case, in July, Apple Security contacted us and advised us that the Apple store in Walnut Creek had just been burglarized by several suspects. Apple Security provided a license plate for one of the suspect vehicles and a description of the other involved vehicle. One of our officers in the field placed that vehicle license plate into what's called our flock hot list, so if that vehicle entered town, we would be alerted. Not an hour and a half later, that vehicle did enter town because we do have a very popular Apple store in town. Officers were able to locate that vehicle and conduct a stop on that vehicle, and in the vehicle, officers were able to detain the individuals in the vehicle, and officers found a ghost gun and a high-capacity magazine. While they were conducting that investigation, they observed two other subjects observing them from an adjacent parking lot, and that was the other involved vehicle. And in that vehicle, there was $20,000 worth of stolen Apple merchandise. We worked in collaboration with Walnut Creek to solve that crime. The next case I'm going to discuss is a mental health case that happened in August. In early August, a citizen reported one of their family members was inside their home and had a knife, was making statements of self-harm. Once on the scene, officers evacuated the home and communicated with the subject through a window and confirmed they did have a knife and was threatening self-harm. The mobile crisis response team and paramedics were summoned to the scene. The subject soon ended conversation with us and began to break items in the home. Officers continued communication with the subject with the assistance of family and the mobile crisis response team. After about 2 hours, the subject agreed to come out the house, and officers and paramedics contacted him without incident. He was provided medical treatment for superficial cuts and was detained for a 72-hour mental evaluation. So officers did a great job of coordinating additional resources and de-escalation of the situation to bring it to a safe conclusion. And the last case I'm going to go over is a person crime that happened in December. And officers responded to a residence on a report of assault had just occurred. The victim reported an unknown male subject forced his way into her home and forced her to the ground. The victim was able to run out of the home and to prevent the further assault. Patrol officers and detectives responded to the scene and collected evidence and conducted interviews and canvassed the whole neighborhood. Through an investigation, a subject description was obtained. After working all night, detectives were able to identify the suspect, and the $1 million arrest warrant was granted. Late at the afternoon the next day, detectives located the subject in a church in San Jose, and he was arrested and booked in county jail without incident. These cases highlight excellent work done by officers in all these cases and their continued training and great activity and proactivity. Thank you. Next slide.
These next two final slides really, I think, encompass and paint the picture of the full-service policing that I speak to in the community, and every opportunity that I get, because I'm very proud of the work that staff is doing in the department. Just to highlight some of what you see here in terms of community policing, some of the great work. One is the Community Police Academy. We had our inaugural Community Police Academy this year, and it was 10 weeks, total of 3 hours each night, and almost all staff throughout the police department were involved in it. It was just great, enriching collaboration, and allowed them to also share the story of the work that they do behind the scenes, to be able to share the why and the how, and to be able to really educate our community and share some of that information in a transparent form, and hopefully develop a greater understanding of the profession. Additionally, the vacation checks. I'd also like to draw attention to that. So we had 192 residents that signed up for vacation checks in the last 6 months. Of the 192 addresses that were signed up, they were checked upon 576 times. So we encourage the community to really take advantage of that, and that's something that can be done through our website online. And then in addition, there's several other outreaches up here that are wonderful. One of them, so I heard it mentioned earlier, in just providing support to our unhoused community. And that's something that we have several officers that have taken that under their wing through a collateral assignment. And in addition to their patrol time, they also engage over at the Methodist and St. Luke's Church on Tuesdays and Thursdays and engage with the homeless population and try to understand how they can better support them, what the needs might be, and just any support that they can provide in a collaborative efforts with the church and with other resources throughout the county. Next slide, please. And finally, just to continue on the collaborative partnerships, and I know it was mentioned earlier, Town Manager Pavetti mentioned about CERT, but I cannot thank them and our volunteers enough for what they did for us last week. During the storms, we activated CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, and we also called in our Disaster Aid Response Team. And what they did is they went out and they patrolled the trails, they looked for threats, they did damage assessment, they brought information in and enhanced our communication abilities in our Emergency Operations Center. And it was wonderful to see that really unfold. We've done so much practice and training with them over the years, and to see that effort really come to fruition when the town was really in that moment of need. Those folks did so much for the community, and we're really thankful for them. In addition, other collaborations and partnerships up there, the foundation is assisting us for fiscal support surrounding our drone team that we are very active in the process of developing. Youth Commission and their efforts in many different ways, but specific to working with our school resource officer on the e-bike ordinance. And I've mentioned some of the other partnerships over there. JCC is allowing us to use their location for additional training. And then the school collaboration and partnerships there have been wonderful last week, and also in their support for a full-time school resource officer has really been, I think, a wonderful engagement for the youth in the community. So with that, next slide, and I'm available, staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. This was a lot of material, both here and in the report for the 6-month update, so I appreciate it. Looks like we have questions. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 questions that I've thought of so far. And maybe I missed it in Captain Moyen's report, but I was trying to understand, first of all, I love the flock program. It looks like it's really making a difference. But he reported that there was 32 crimes solved and 14 stolen cars retrieved. And I'm trying to understand in my head, how come those numbers aren't the same, right? If you're going out, recognized a stolen car, it seems like every one you stopped that was stolen, you would have recovered the car, and then the number of crimes would equal 14. So how do you get to 32 crimes unless it's a stolen car plus a burglary or something?
Thank you for the question, and great question. So it's not always just about the property crime or the stolen car. That car may be in the flock or may be alerted to the officer for other purposes. There may be a high risk associated to the car, to the individuals associated to the car, and that's why it's being alerted in flock. So when the officers are able to make contact with the occupants of the vehicle, it may lead to another type of police report, potentially a warrant or other follow-up that was necessary. So it's not always about the stolen vehicle. So there's 14 associated related to stolen vehicles, and then the remaining were associated or related to other crimes.
Okay, thank you. Second question is budget related. So we're in a pilot until February of 2024. And at that point, it looks like it's going to cost us about $40K a year to continue using the flock. Do I have that calculated correct? And are we currently paying out of our budget for the pilot, or is it a free pilot? In other words, is this a delta increase in our budget? Looks like, well, half of the 2024 year probably, and then a full $40K a year after that to continue.
Thank you for the question. So 2 years ago, when this was approved by council, we utilized the SLESIF, or the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund, to pay for the first 2-year pilot program of flock. That was not built into the budget. So that was something that was going to have to be evaluated this year. Should flock be a piece of technology that we would like to continue forward with, then we would have to build that into the budget for fiscal year 23-24.
Okay, third question, if I could, Mayor. On the drone program, you didn't talk much about what it was, and I was curious. It's clear drones would be good for pursuit kind of thing. Are you going to be able, do you have programs or plans to use them in crime prevention, which is kind of a different kind of use, I think?
So there's many uses for drone. We have sent 4 of our current staff member to drone training, so they are FAA certified with it. We do have a drone through a grant program, but we have not launched the program yet, if you say. But some of the uses for that specific is like damage assessment. So other jurisdictions I know are using the drones for not just damage assessment, but also evaluating some of the waterways during the storm to be able to communicate and assess the needs of the unhoused population that might be living in that area, and to also be able to communicate, because the drone technology does allow for that, those individuals that might be in vulnerable situations, and to be able to assess where they are at. So that's one piece to it. Another one is for situational awareness, whether there's a lot of rules that go with drone. We cannot fly them over people, but you can use them for situational awareness in many ways. Some of the ways that we've actually leaned upon our Campbell neighbors, because they do have a drone program, is when homes are broken into, and we have information of that happening just relatively recently, we are able to establish a perimeter. Instead of sending somebody or say a dog in there, we're able to send a drone in there to get an awareness of who's in there. Is it somebody that's maybe went in there on a mental health crisis? Is it somebody that's intoxicated? And to be able to take the time to assess what the needs are for that situation. So we are able to use it for many different response needs.
And then just to follow up on, again, back to budget. I heard you say a grant, so that means we now have a drone, and to continue our drone program, there isn't any more money needed from the budget in the future?
So it was taken from a prior grant that's already been exhausted, and that was about 2 years ago. But the funds that went into the training, that was provided through the Los Gatos Police Foundation. They have been supporting this drone implementation plan. So it's not come out of the budget at all at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. Thank you for the enlightening report and all of the efforts in community policing. It's very impressive, all of the things that are going on to involve our community. I wanted to ask about 2 things. One of them ties back to the Ladoris Cordell report or recommendations about mental health. And so of the mental health responses or incidents, how many of those were collaborative with the agencies that you listed? Just relatively, not precisely, but most of them, a few of them?
I'll look to Operations Captain Derek Moy. I could take a guess at it. He may have a better.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councilmember. I think most of our mental health cases we can kind of solve on our own. But if we need to step back and de-escalate, we will contact the mobile crisis response team. And I would say about 30% of the time, we do use those resources, and they have been very helpful. But you got to understand, they're low-staffed, and sometimes the wait time is so long, and sometimes officers have to make that decision and go in.
Yeah, I think that's something we want to monitor in the future as to whether we're running into constraints, because we know that can make a critical difference. And although it may not happen very often, when something bad goes wrong, you would wish that you'd had that, that social worker or that collaborative response. So, thank you for updating us on that. If I may, I had one other one, and that's about Flock, and it's very impressive. I'm trying to understand, again, in general terms, how much has that contributed to our crime solving? Roughly, I think there were 32. How does that compare to what we were doing in the past?
So I'll take that question, and then if there's more to add. I think Flock has been a huge advantage to the deployment pattern for policing. It really provides us with a smart deployment pattern, because as we are alerted to those vehicles coming into town that may be involved in some kind of criminal activity or have been used in some sort of criminal activity, it's able to alert immediately our dispatch center and all of our deployed resources to that area, to the information of what the vehicle looks like and the associated license plate that's on it. So they're all able to respond to that area. Sometimes they locate the vehicle, sometimes they don't. But what we do know, because we can see, or staff can see, the vehicles fleeing the area, that we have been able to prevent crime from occurring here. And so I mention that because that's something that's very difficult to measure, of how much crime that we've been able to prevent. And I think that's just a valuable point to make. And Captain Moy, did you have some more?
Hello. I'll just go piggyback on what the chief said. We don't have a metrics to measure how much crime we prevented from when these bad players see officers in the area and take off, because that happens on a nightly basis. When we get those alerts, every officer in the field gets that alert, dispatch gets it, and they saturate that area, and those bad players see, oh my gosh, Los Gatos has 20,000 cops, it seems like, and they get out of town. So I'm trying to figure out a way to measure how many times that happened and all the crime we prevented. Because when people have these stolen vehicles, they're not out to joyride. They're out to commit crimes. That's why they do it.
And if I may, one more as a follow-on is, we've heard from some residents about some crime in specific neighborhoods. How is Flock working? Are we paying attention to neighborhoods and deploying into neighborhoods, or are we focusing on exits from freeways, for instance?
I'll take that question. So in the Neighborhood Watch program, we do mention and discuss with each Neighborhood Watch group. We've done 7 within the last 6 months. But we provide information on the Flock system, because there are some, I believe there's about 10 Flock cameras throughout the jurisdiction that we serve that have been purchased by Neighborhood Watch groups. And so when we talk about the 17 cameras that we have at ingress and egress points, those are cameras that were put in place by town funds. Then there's the individual funds that have come forward through the Neighborhood Watch that have also helped us multiply some of the information that we're receiving and connected to our system and helping us have a greater awareness.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick follow-up to that question about the neighborhood Flock. So if do we have a procedure through which neighborhoods can get involved in the Flock program? And if they purchase those cameras, what is a cost to the town? Does the town have an associated cost by the fact that we now have more Flock cameras to monitor?
No, there is no cost to the town. We don't have any association to those cameras. No maintenance or ongoing costs associated to it. They share the information that is taken in through Flock. And I should mention that Flock is associated to Axon. A lot of our technology that's been brought forth to council, namely our body-worn cameras and a lot of our other equipment is Axon-based. So it's an interfacing information receiving technology. But no, we don't have any reoccurring costs or cost at all the ones that are in the neighborhood.
Okay, so it's just more source of information without us. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thanks a ton for this presentation. This is super thorough, really complete. So I had a couple of questions on community policing and a couple on dispatch. So how often do our police officers right now go out to the churches and things that you listed to engage with our homeless residents?
On average, they've been going out there every Tuesday to have breakfast at St. Luke's Church.
Perfect, thank you. And then so when we work with programs like Trust, I heard you mention this with the other two programs, but specifically with that program, how are they contacted when an issue arises? Do our police, do we reach out to Trust to get them involved, or how does that process work?
So Trust is separate from the Behavioral Health Services, which is the county resource that we commonly utilize. We will reach out to Mobile Crisis Response Team. That's our first phone call to them. Then they may triage and call upon one of these other resources to initiate based on one, staffing, like somebody had mentioned, surrounding staffing, some of the clinicians. They try to have all of these resources available every day of the week, but that's sometimes a challenging situation, as many are going through these staffing challenges.
I'm sure, yeah, it's a new program. So our dispatch receives a call, dispatch relays that to police, and then you all decide if you need to call someone else?
Yes.
Okay.
So we will contact dispatch, ask them to contact Mobile Crisis Response Team. We also have law enforcement liaisons that are a liaison to behavioral health services and have the ability to also communicate on the medical side, in essence, being able to receive some of the information behind those HIPAA screens that we are not able to have access to. So they help bridge some of that information, which is extremely valuable, and continue that ongoing assessment that's sometimes needed, because in a crisis moment, it's sometimes difficult to really have a holistic understanding of what that family may need or what that individual may need for ongoing care and follow-up.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. Do you want to?
Are you finished? Or
I had two more questions about dispatch.
did you have
if you had a
questions
follow-up.
on the same topic, Vice Mayor? Okay, so continue, and then Vice Mayor Badami.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm glad to see so many new hires. That's super exciting. I think that's great. I know dispatcher recruitment has been an ongoing issue from my understanding. Is there anything that we could do up here to help specifically with that? Because I think that's a real issue. And I know we're using a lot of per diems right now. Yeah.
So thank you for looking for the support for dispatch. Recruitment is a challenge, and it's not just unique to Los Gatos Montes Reno Police Department. It's something that's ongoing, just like it is for the sworn staff as well, and for many other jurisdictions. And it takes quite some time to do the training as well. It's a very complex job. It's very difficult. And for any of you that have had the opportunity to see all the different skill sets that are needed to take in those calls and to be able to operate in a single capacity in that center, or to operate just as two, is very challenging when you see the many calls that come in all of the time. So recruitment, just getting the word out there, continuing to do that, continuing to just be ambassadors for our town staff and the positive culture that we provide here, and interest for the position.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, it's an incredibly challenging role. So last kind of two-part question about just kind of dispatch process. So what happens if someone calls and is speaking a language other than what our dispatcher speaks? And then kind of second question about dispatcher training, are dispatchers telephone CPR trained?
So first, with the language challenges. So if somebody calls in speaking a language that one of our dispatchers is not able to converse in, then we go to what we call a language line. And currently, we have a language line through Voyance, and so they're able to use that third party to be able to translate very quickly, so they can put the information without too much delay. And then the second part of the question, for CPR and medical calls that come in, that's transferred to county EMS, emergency medical services. Our dispatchers do stay on the line to make sure that that call is connected and the individual is receiving the services that they need.
Okay, great. So did they get connected to a different dispatcher or just to EMS directly?
They get transferred to a different dispatcher, okay. Which is with the county services for emergency medical services.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you for answering all those questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
I'm concerned with excessive speed on Blossom Hill Road and elsewhere in town. So if you could elaborate on the number of motorcycle units that we have on duty at any given time and how they're utilized on our streets in regards to traffic enforcement.
Thank you for the question. Due to our staffing, it has been a challenge to have dedicated motorcycle units out there because we do not have a lot of staff that's trained on the motorcycles. But we do try to deploy them specifically in the mornings out to the school zones for the high visibility to assist with crossing guard, to assist with prevention, assist with education as well. They've also been involved in some of the bike rodeos. We've had staff out there too. Specific to Blossom Hill, as I had mentioned earlier, we had directed enforcement out there today, making stops, making engagements, and providing the education for the visibility out there. We also have to keep in mind that we need to deploy to the other areas of the community. We do hear speed being a definite concern. I heard it here tonight. We have other areas that have to be provided that attention. So we try to listen to the community's concerns, as we mentioned about the listening session, and I think that would definitely be valuable to take in some thoughts and ideas that have been received.
Thank you, Chief Fields.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council members? Okay, I think everybody can see by the presentation and the report what a huge amount of work our police department does. I deeply appreciate the dedication and the hard work, and I think you know that you have council's support. As we move forward in February and we start talking about the budget, we'll need to know what you need for support and how we move forward on there. This was a receive the report item, so there's no action by us taken, but thank you so much, Chief Field and Captain Moye.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Mayor, I just wanted to remind you to open public comment.
Yes. Public comment. So let me see. I'm so sorry. I'm learning. I'm learning on the job. My fault. I was supposed to remind you. That's right. So this is item 13. I don't have any cards for this item. I do see a hand raised by John Shepherdson. So if you can allow him to speak. Okay, Mr. Shepherdson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? I'm speaking off my iPhone.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciated the report. It was quite helpful. I had a number of questions. One, I noticed, if I read it correctly on the pie chart, if it was traffic stops, that it appeared to me that the ratio was about 50-50 in terms of people of color versus whites that were being pulled over. And I wanted to know if there was any consideration of why that was taking place, because my understanding that's different than a demographic in town, although I realize that we have a number of people that drive through the town that don't live here, but maybe work here or just driving through. Secondly, I think that it seems to me that flock program was quite impressive, and I was encouraged by that. And an idea that I thought of, that if the town goes forward with that it might even have actually sort of advertised that this is a flock surveillance, community, and put that message out as a further deterrent. Let's see. Also, in terms of the report, we got sort of results of of performances. I would also like to see, and maybe it's at another point in time, sort of the cost benefit analysis down the line on services that we're offering and the cost of that service, so that we have both ends of it to measure the performance, and also include with that what other communities are doing and how we fare relative to that, rather than merely response rates. Also on the vacation checks, I can understand the value of that. I also understand the budget crunch that we are in, and I'm wondering if perhaps for vacation checks, what is the cost of that to the town? Should we charge for that extra service? I think that the drone program is promising, and I thank the foundation for encouraging that. And also, I would like to know what we're doing in terms of looking at community service officers also being sort of eyes on the road without maybe 1/4 the cost of an officer. And again, I guess to wrap up, I thank the chief for that comprehensive report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. I would say that as somebody who's used Vacation Check, I believe that is done through volunteers. Goodness.
The vacation checks are managed by Jackie Rose, Community Outreach Coordinator, and they are actually done by our volunteers in policing that are just wonderful folks that help augment our resources.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. And I think most of your remarks were suggestions and ideas, and I think we should incorporate and spend some time with those. One of them, though, was a question about the racial makeup of the traffic stops. Is there anything that you'd like to comment on that? Was his perception correct about that? And do we understand a little bit about what's behind the way traffic stops are occurring?
So the information that's input into what we call RIPA, the Racial Identity Profiling Act, it's all based on perception. And as Mr. Shepherdson said, while it may not be exact what our demographics are within town, but we also recognize that we have a lot of folks that come to the community to work, to visit, and for many other purposes as well. So it is all based on the officer's perception, but there's no further evaluation at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. I don't see any other hands raised on Zoom. I don't have any cards, so I'm going to close the public comment on this item. And seeing no other comments by council members, we'll close this item. Thank you. And given that we are almost at 9 o'clock, before we start another item, we typically take a quick bathroom break at 9 o'clock. I think we'll do it now, because I don't know how long the next item will take. It's 8:53, so I'll give everyone 7 minutes and we'll meet back here at 9. Thank you. Am I on? Yes, okay. Okay, we have KCAT again. We're off our break, and now we are on item number 14, and we have our finance director with a report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, Gita Ungvari, Finance Director. The item in front of you to review and approve the town response to the civil grand jury report entitled Show Me the Money, Financial Transparency Needed, and the changes to the town operating portfolio investment policy as reviewed by the Finance Commission. On middle of December, the town received a civil grand jury report that analyzed general law cities in Santa Clara County, how they are complying with the California Government Code Section 41004. The grand jury report can be found attachment 1 for the staff report. The section 41004 states at least once each month the city treasurer shall submit to a city clerk a written report and accounting for all receipts, disbursement, and fund balances, and the city treasurer shall file a copy with the legislative body. Based on this analysis, the grand jury final report includes a finding on the Los Gatos reporting, namely, Town of Los Gatos produced reports that contain the required content, but does not produce the treasurer reports on a monthly basis as required by California Code Section 41004, and recommended that the town should change the frequency of the reporting. So staff recommending that the town change the frequency of reporting and to take this immediate action to be compliant for the code section, and also changing the investment policy to just see that change through, as redlined in attachment 2 of the staff report. That change just change about the frequency and spells out that the reporting should be compliant by the code section noted. In attachment 3 contains the proposed response to the grand jury. By law, we have to send a response for the grand jury. And staff recommend that council approves those changes. As we spelled out in the staff report and the desk item, the town staff will continue work with the Finance Commission, further reviewing the policy and add additional supplementary information required or as the potentially identified by the Finance Commission staff in collaboration. That concludes staff presentation, and we are here for questions.
Thank you very much. And I would just say, it sounds like, the grand jury report brought up quite a few cities that were reporting on a quarterly basis instead of monthly. So it sounds like it was just a mistake that we've easily fixed.
Yes, if we can start reporting monthly. So that's why we took the immediate action when we were able to come back to the council to go to the frequency of reporting. And I understand we might just change some of the subject of the report and add additional supplementary information.
Okay, thank you. Saw hand raise. Councilmember Hudes.
So I wanted to understand, because we've had some late-breaking correspondence on this, which I'll be honest, I haven't had time to absorb fully, but it did seem to me that there was a concern about what was being reported as a fund balance, not only the frequency. And so I wanted to just sort of ask the question, and I don't know if staff's had adequate time to absorb that as well, but does staff believe that all the information required by the 41004 is currently in the quarterly reports and they just need to be produced monthly, or is there some validity to the question about the fund balances that are in the reports?
So the fund balances that are reported in the investment report, those are the cash balances. Fund balances can be, usually it's our total available assets minus the liability, and some of the assets, just as we witnessed with implementation of the new GASB rule, might not be any cash relevance. So the TON interpretation for the investment report was reporting the cash balances, but in the future we are happy to include fund balances in the presentation. In addition, probably we need to wait for the March reporting to get the ready the report going, but we cannot get additional information.
Let me just add, if I may, that the grand jury found that the content of our reports meet state law, and that the interest in providing additional information is a subsequent conversation that we're happy to have with the Finance Commission. And as Director Angvari mentioned, we are willing to put that extra information together, but you should all be assured that the current report is compliant with state law.
Okay, thank you. And maybe a follow-up question to that, and that is, the grand jury report also referenced reports and gave the example of Saratoga. And in the Saratoga report, which I read, I thought it was very enlightening because it not only had some sort of typical, I would say, accounting type fund balances, it also broke down the capital projects and what the balances were in capital projects. So I understand that we need to respond to that, but I guess the question would be, why would the town not produce reports similar to those produced by Saratoga?
We are happy to, going forward, develop and produce those reports in the monthly basis with the investment report. That's a nice format for reporting the fund balances. But I also want to note that part of our reporting is the investment. We have an investment portfolio, while Saratoga is a smaller city and all of their money invested in the money market live. So their investment portfolio reporting is less impressive compared to someone who has an investment portfolio. But we are happy to add the fund balance reporting.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on that. So it sounds like there's two issues here. One is that the grand jury report is only addressing the frequency, not the content of our reporting, and that is the only item before us tonight. And if there's further interest or discussion about what the content of or the scope of the report will be, we can discuss that another time. But right now, what we want to move forward on is our response to
That's
that
correct.
specific. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Slightly tangential then. My question is, I know we've gone from a system where we produce our reports reasonably manually, and we've got new IT systems we're bringing in that are going to automate a lot more things. Generating this report, is that done pretty manually now? And as we automate, I forgot the name of whatever system you're implementing, will this report be kind of easier to just push a button, shall I say, in the future as that's implemented, and we could add different ways of it looking and it all just becomes push a button? I'm trying to understand, if we're adding new things to the report, how much extra labor time is it adding, and does that go away when we get our system implemented?
So we are in the process of the system implementation, and we are promised that system is more user-friendly and we will have a much better reporting capacity, probably including some graphics as well with the reports. So definitely right now it's more in the manual. If we provide and develop the model itself, it's pretty easy, just download data and populate with an Excel. So it's doable with our current system. But hopefully with the new system, when we go live, it will be significantly easier.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So I was an attendee at that January 10th meeting, and it started at 4 and it had a 5 o'clock hard stop. And at that meeting, there was no formal vote taken as far as the review being complete. And I've served on a commission for 7 years, and typically it goes for a vote and you finish the discussion. So is it staff's position that this is the end-all and be-all for us to approve this? It seems a little preliminary until we really have the Finance Commission to complete its review, because there still were comments that needed to be made, but with a 5 o'clock hard stop, I know in particular one of the commissioners was not able to speak and add the input that he said he wanted to add.
So yes, we were not able to complete the discussion because of the hard stop, but for the item that was agendized to changing the frequency from the quarterly reporting to monthly, we had a very clear direction from one of the commissioner. I think we included that verbatim in the desk item. Chair Dickel just absolutely that the agenda today was just changing the frequency and be compliant for the law, and then we can just go and technically just in the future meeting the Finance Commission can discuss and add additional supplementary information to the report. So the staff understanding that changing the frequency of the reporting was a consensus between the finance commissioners.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hughes.
I guess this is raising some information I maybe wasn't quite up to speed on, but if this is a finance issue and the Finance Commission didn't have time to fully consider it, is there any reason why we would push it through the council now? Is there a deadline that we couldn't meet if the Finance Commission continued their view of this?
Per the state law, the town has 90 days to provide a response to the grand jury report. And I think we're coming up on that 90-day deadline. And so staff's recommendation is that the town council approve a response to the grand jury, and then the conversation about what's reported per the investment policy can be undertaken at a future date.
So if I could, when is the deadline?
I can look that up if the council has other questions while I look that up.
Thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
If it's the one I see in the staff report, would it be March 14th?
No, I believe the grand jury report came in close to 90 days ago.
It's dated December 14th, so we received later, and so it might very well be the March 14th deadline.
Okay, so 2 months away from today's date, technically. And I would like to just add that we have a lot of work ahead of us. The Finance Department is putting together the mid-year report, which is a very exhaustive analysis of the first 6 months of the fiscal year. That's coming to you for consideration on the February 21st meeting after the February 13th Finance Commission meeting. The Finance Commission at its February meeting will also be considering its budget direction recommendations for you, as well as the 5-year forecast. So by deferring this to their February meeting, there's no way in a 2-hour meeting they're going to be able to complete all of this work. And the budget really is time sensitive. And as you know, Measure A compressed the budget preparation time for the town. So we have to finish mid-year in February in order to produce a proposed budget for the council in April. The Finance Commission is advisory, and they provided advice on this item. Members spoke, and as Director Angvari said, the chair acknowledged this. There's a bigger topic here, and it is important, and we can add it to the work plan and discuss it at a later time. But we are not going to be able to meet all of the other
voter-approved requirements if we keep going back and revisiting issues. We need to continue to move forward in order to get the work done and comply with Measure A. If the Finance Commission doesn't want to comment on budget direction recommendations or doesn't want to comment on mid-year and would rather continue to discuss a grand jury report where the content was found by the grand jury to be accurate, that's fine, but they're missing an opportunity to advise you on some very critical issues as we face a budget that needs to be balanced. So we have very limited resources, so we need to use our time as efficiently and effectively as possible. So revisiting issues is a concern of your manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So the discussion in the desk item and some of the comments from the public, I'm a little unclear, but this is a response to a specific complaint from a specific grand jury report about the frequency of this of the reporting. The grand jury found the report produced. It has all of the required content and all of that, and I think. It seems to me, I've only been at a few town council meetings now, but I think almost all of them, there has been some discussion of pushing things that have come before the Finance Commission and extending those deadlines. And I'm also concerned about, the budget process and all of that coming up. I think that's one of the most important things we will do as a body this year. And so I'm concerned about the ongoing issue of the disproportionate time that the Finance Commission is taking up in comparison to other commissions. And so that's my concern. With that, I would like to move to approve the town's response to the 2022 Civil Grand Jury and Santa Clara County report entitled Show Me the Money, Financial Transparency Needed, and the changes to the town's operating portfolio investment policy as reviewed by the Finance Commission.
One moment, I'm sorry.
We need to open this for public comment. So
sorry.
I guess, should I take a second and open it to public comment, or should we just hold this for the moment?
It's up to the council's pleasure. One option would be to keep the motion on the table and open the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, but before we take a vote or have any further discussion, I'm opening this to public comment. I was on top of it for once, but you were fast. And I don't have any cards for it, but I do see two people on a Zoom meeting with their hands raised. So John Shepherdson and then Jack Veneta. And if anybody else wants to speak, either bring a card up or raise your hand on Zoom. So John Shepherdson, you can speak now.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So when I saw the report and I saw that Los Gatos was basically cited for not following the law, it caught my attention, and it looked bad. But I dialed down as much as I could, not thoroughly, but to what was the violation itself. And as I understand it, we weren't providing the information monthly, rather we were providing it quarterly rather than monthly. So in a sense, it's not that big a deal to me in terms of the myriad of issues, but I do think it's important that we find out, why we just didn't get it right the first time, because it's bad PR for the town if we're not complying with the law. So I would suggest that we find out, were we just saying, well, everybody else is doing it, so we're going to do it that way, or did we was it a misinterpretation of the law? So I would suggest that. And then in terms of the whole Finance Commission, that's a resource. If this is going to impair other work, I think at least at some point there should be a further review of what happened here so we can learn from the mistake, not only on this matter, but on other issues. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No comments from council members. Our next speaker is Jack Veneta. And you can speak now, Mr. Veneta.
The purpose of the report requested by the grand jury was to increase transparency and give the council accurate information upon which to make decisions. This is not what the staff has proposed. In fact, the staff report provided as a desk item states the town investment report includes the town's cash fund balances, the money that is available for investment. More clearly stated, this amount is the total investment portfolio of the town, which as of the beginning of the fiscal year was $72,887 million. With that said, what the town reported is not the fund balance. Section 41.4 mandates a monthly report accounting for all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances. The investment report does not comply with 41.4 since all fund balances and activity impacting the fund balances is not reported. This is a problem. Simply submitting the investment report monthly will not be sufficient to meet all fund balances reporting requirements. It will be a waste of town's labor to create an incorrect report, which I contend may be one of the reasons the department is overloading having to correct incorrect reports. The grand jury report specifically cited the city of Saratoga's monthly report as an example of what should be provided to the state. Note that in the staff report, Saratoga specifically addresses the difference between cash and investment summary and fund balance. This is why section 41.4 exists. That is why the report provides the transparency that the town states they provide to the council and to the citizens. The town council should instruct staff to prepare tables 1 and 2 for Los Gatos and incorporate those tables into the investment report. By doing so, the town will be in compliance with all government mandated reporting. This isn't as much about who did the job right, but who created a report that is actually a valuable management tool. It's also important to note that the grand jury estimated this would take very little additional time or resources to produce. The loser here will be the public, who will be kept in the dark, or anyone that looks at an incorrect 41.4. The town will be reporting incorrect information monthly, which does not meet the fundamental values of honesty, forthrightness, and transparency. Reporting the wrong information with such a good financial management tool would be another waste of time by the accounting department. I recommend that the town immediately contact the judge to determine which interpretation is correct. If you are short of people, as stated so many times in your desk item, we will be happy to do that. Once again, the problem we have is not what you see, but rather what you don't see. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see a hand raised, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Veneta. I just wanted to clarify. So when you're talking about what you feel is incorrect or not accurate accounting of all receipts, especially with fund balances, are you referring to the ARPA issue?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. Let's see. I'm going to close the public comment. We have a motion and a second, and Vice Mayor Badami.
Yeah, I would like to request from the maker of the motion a friendly amendment that you include direction for the town to model a monthly report as modeled by the city of Saratoga as an example that's specifically cited by the grand jury report, and that includes staff preparing tables 1 and 2, which will be the changes in total fund balances by fund and changes in total fund balances by CIP project, which I believe the director said that they could do going forward, if I understood her correctly. Would you accept that?
I think that's more substantive than a friendly amendment, so I'm not going to accept the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. As I am hearing and learning more about this, I'm understanding that the grand jury cited the town because of the frequency of the reporting, but the town also must comply with the correct content. And it does not appear that the Finance Commission has had sufficient time or ability to help the town residents with understanding transparency of our financial reporting that is part of that content. So while it might be possible to satisfy the grand jury by submitting a report more frequently, it appears that without modeling our reporting after the Saratoga model, that our content is deficient. And specifically, I heard that we are reporting cash balances rather than fund balances, and there's a difference. And so I appreciate the council's interest in moving things along and the town manager's interest in doing that, but I think it runs counter to financial transparency, and it's been an issue that has been in front of this town for several years. It resulted in a ballot measure that created a finance commission, and I see a pattern of this, again, trying to move things along when there is plenty of time for the finance commission to consider these things. And so for that matter, I will not be supporting this motion, as I did not support the attempt last time to move forward without considering issues in our financial reports. And I think it is a warning sign that we are trading expediency to the detriment of transparency, and so I will not be supporting.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion because what's before us from the grand jury, what was pointed out for us and for several other communities, was the frequency of the reporting. What was brought up by staff and at the last Finance Commission was the opportunity to discuss what would be in reports moving forward. So it's always possible for us to expand or enhance our reporting, but what's before us right now is complying with what the grand jury has asked. And we have a lot on our plate, and I know some people would like to sit and analyze every single thing, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but in life, we need to move on. We've got big things to do. We will still have time to look at the content of the report at another time, and so I'll be supporting this motion. Are there any other comments before I ask the question? Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me read the finding out of the report again. It says the town of Los Gatos produced reports that contain the required content, but does not produce the treasurer's report on a monthly basis as required. I heard of us kind of making up this, well, we're not compliant, and but the grand jury has looked at it and they did not say we're not compliant. Another question can be, would we like to improve our reports? Yes, we can discuss that. I think staff has some ideas on how to improve that. The maker of the motion didn't wish to put that in the motion, but that doesn't prevent staff from going ahead and doing it without a direct order, request, whatever, to do it. So again, I will. And then the other reason, again, is I sit on the Finance Commission. I know we have a very full agenda, and I don't want to put more things on the Finance Commission. I would like them to decide how should they be spending their time. We heard over the next 2 months before this is actually due, they've got an extremely full calendar. They may wish to come back to look at these reports when we get past some of the more important time-constrained items. But again, I don't think this goes to the point that it's so high of importance that we should force the Planning Commission to put it on their workload when in fact, they're the financial experts and they may decide other places are more important for them to spend their time. The council has asked them to look at two extremely important things, which are how can we increase our revenue in town and what best ways might we cut some of our expenses, and I know they haven't finished doing that. I would put those two items well above discussing this report. Even once we get past budget time of year, I know they have a lot of other required things that from the Measure A. So again, I don't want to force more things on them. I want them to figure out what makes sense for them to talk about. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Hudes, again.
Question for, for the mayor. Is there a point where we are going to look at the work plan for the Finance Commission? And for that matter, are we going to look at the work plan for all the commissions? As I think that there's this interaction between the council and the Finance Commission, that's an important matter.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Okay. I am now going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
Okay, motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Oh, yes, so that was Councilmember Moore, Councilmember Rennie, and the mayor voting aye, and the vice mayor and Councilmember Hudes voting nay. Okay, now our next item is, okay, here we go. Item 15, consider an appeal of a planning commission decision to deny a fence height exception request for construction of a 6-foot fence located within the required front yard setback, etc. And I will open this report to our assistant planner, Van Aken.
Good evening, Town Council. Before you is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to deny a fence height exception request for construction of a 6-foot fence located within the required front yard setback and a vehicle gate setback less than 18 feet from the edge of the adjacent street located at 755 Blossom Hill Road. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the north side of Blossom Hill Road between Los Gatos Boulevard and Cherry Blossom Lane. The property borders an office-zoned parcel and is across the street from a neighborhood commercial C1 zoned shopping center. Next slide, please. The property owner is requesting approval to permit a previously constructed 6-foot metal fence and gate. The fence is along the property line within the required front yard setback. Per current town code, fences are limited to 3 feet in height when located within the required front yard, and gates have an 18-foot setback requirement unless an exception is granted by the town engineer and town community development director. The fence also has sharp points as seen in attachment 1, Exhibit 12, which are prohibited per town code. Next slide, please. As detailed in the staff report, on February 12, 2021, the property owner applied for an exception to the town's fence regulations for unpermitted construction of the gate and fencing which does not comply with town code. The property owner cited privacy and security concerns as justification for the fence and gate. The privacy concerns were related to the property's proximity to commercial centers and medical offices, citing occasions when people thought their home was the chiropractor's office, which is located next door. The property owner also cited protecting children, a garden, and containing animals as justification for the extra security. The town denied the exception request. The decision to deny the fence height exception was appealed. The Planning Commission considered the appeal but was unable to make the required findings, and so upheld the denial of the fence height exception. This decision was appealed to Town Council by the property owners. They stated that the Planning Commission erred or abused its discretion because of discrimination and bias. The project was scheduled for review by Town Council on December 20th, but was continued based on the appellant's request. Next slide, please. This slide goes over the 3 sections of Town Code the fence and gate is in violation with. The first limitation is of the fence height when located within a front yard, driveway view area, or traffic view area, to no more than 3 feet. The required front yard setback is in the R110 zone. The required front yard setback in the R110 zone is 25 feet. The second limitation is that gates are required to have an 18-foot setback from the edge of the adjacent street. The third prohibits the sharp points as seen on the existing metal fence. Next slide, please. This slide lays out the findings required to grant the appeal. In order to grant the appeal, the council must find that there is an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission, or that the decision was not supported by substantial evidence in the record. Next slide, please. As detailed in the staff report, the findings for a fence height exception are listed here for reference. Next slide, please. Thank you. This concludes staff presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Van Aken. Do any council members have questions at this? Actually, before I ask that, do any council members have any disclosures to make in terms of visiting the property or speaking with the applicant? If I can have disclosures right now. I'll start with Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So my disclosure is that I met with the property owners yesterday to hear their perspective on the item before us. The two pieces of new information that I learned from that discussion were that the owners have sold fruit from the trees on their property and that they have purchased cars referenced in the Planning Commission meeting. They purchased those cars for their luxury car business. I've not spoken with any Planning Commission members or discussed this item outside of discussions with staff.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I had my hand up for that reason, and that was to repeat a disclosure that I made earlier this evening, that yesterday I did meet with the property owner, Alana Kohanchi, and we had a wonderful discussion about her house and the Planning Commission and the town and her issues. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes? No, right.
Yes, I did a site visit on Saturday and met with the Kohanchis and discussed their appeal.
Councilmember Rennie?
I did not meet with the Kohanchis, but I walked by the property a few times.
Thank you. And I did not have an opportunity to meet with the Kohanchis, but I visited the property multiple times by foot and by bike, and I was just there today. So, okay, given that context, now, does anyone have any questions for our staff members before we open this to the appellant? Or I haven't done this type of hearing before yet.
Thank you. So in this case, the appellant and the applicant are the same person. So there's 5 minutes for introductory comments. And then after that, and that would be for anybody as part of their team. So if they have any experts or others, they all together have 5 minutes. And then we would move into public testimony on this item, both on Zoom and by card. And then at the closure, the appellant has the opportunity to make any closing statements or rebuttal, 3 minutes at the end.
And then after we close that, we will ask questions of staff and go forward. Okay. Thank you. So, Ilana Kohanchi, please come forward, and you and anyone else on your team have 5 minutes.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us and just giving us the opportunity to talk to you about this. It really feels good as a member of the community. So just a little background. The fence, so it was built a couple years ago. We purchased the home in October of 2020. It was very expensive. It was very hard, and we were very happy to buy a home here in Los Gatos. And I was pregnant at the time. We want to raise our daughter here, so that was all great. But we built this fence in accordance with the ordinance that was available on the website at the time. So, and I know it was COVID times and things weren't updated, at a certain rate, and, that's understandable. But again, it was built within the ordinance that was available on the website, which we have a picture of, which was cited in the prior reports that you guys have seen, the 6 foot, etc. So we built the fence, and the main reason for that is safety. So we cited some issues about safety. There were break-ins in the last few years in our home with the prior owners and another home a few houses down. There are about 200 registered sex offenders within a few blocks radius. We have a 2-year-old daughter. Anti-Semitism on the rise. Our families were immigrants and refugees who fled their countries for these reasons. And the main argument, it's a commercial transitioning neighborhood. So it's surrounded by mostly commercial properties on all sides, except one neighbor on the left, one residential neighbor who is in support of the fence. Now, in terms of the errors, because I understand that's the main reason for this, the errors first from the complainant letter. There was one complainant who is a neighbor from several homes down. that cited several errors. One is the visibility issue. Completely incorrect, because as you've all seen, the gate is perforated. It's always open from 6:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., and there are trees in front of the home that already obstruct the visibility. The road danger due to stopping cars, also false and non-existent. The vehicular gate is always open during business hours. And the mailmen stopping, complete error. All the delivery trucks stop outside of all the homes, as we know, so the gate would be totally irrelevant. And we do have a box for packages outside of the gate. And even like the UPS drivers have said that it's a lot more comfortable and efficient with that on the outside. It actually makes it faster for them to do that. A gardener stopping, I mean, we don't even have a gardener. This is just like made up stuff. The errors also stated by the planning staff and the commission during the hearing. There was one error about communication, stating that we didn't respond to the communication. This was corrected during the hearing, but it just needs to be clarified. In fact, we responded to everything, and we were in full communication throughout the entire process. There was a complete disregard by the Planning Commission for the townspeople who called in, because I actually wrote it down. There were 8 people who called in. 7 were in support of the fence, and only 1 was against, and that just seemed like just wasn't talked about. The walking traffic, now, there's a potential danger of car visibility. In reality, it's more dangerous if the fence were to be removed, because there wouldn't be, the fence makes a clear delineation, so when people are walking, they can see where the cars are coming from, whereas if the fence were to be removed, they wouldn't be able to see that, because there would be the shrubbery and they wouldn't be able to see where the cars are coming in and out. So that's actually more helpful. And the main thing, I mean, there are hundreds of other similar fences within a few blocks radius that don't follow the ordinance, that have sharp points, that are much higher. You can drive around and see them. The most important thing is the fence already exists. So if we were asking, to build the fence now and we were told no, we wouldn't build it. But we built it in accordance with the ordinance that was available at the time on the website. And now it would just construe a significant financial hardship for us to take it down. It's a large amount of work. There's it's in the ground with the metal. I'm not a contractor, but it's a big deal to remove it or take it down, and it improves our quality of life. So we're just asking for your help, to fix this situation without putting us in this significant financial hardship, and maybe together we can come up with some sort of option. Maybe we can pay a fine, maybe there's some changes that can be made, but this is the quagmire that we're in, and again, we believed we were following all the correct rules when we did that. And thank you so much to everyone who met with us and helped us with this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have some questions for you. So, Councilmember Rennie?
Just one at this time. You do get to speak at the end also again, but I'll ask this one now. So there's been you've mentioned it, and I think I saw it in the Planning Commission transcript, which I've read pretty thoroughly, a discussion of delivery trucks. Are the delivery trucks stopping in the travel lane on Blossom Hill Road?
They're stopping there for every single house on Blossom Hill Road. And yeah, as other people, the townspeople mentioned today, cars drive very fast on Blossom Hill Road, and there are a lot of issues also with that in terms of safety. They could jump the curb and end up, the fence protects us from that. But in terms of the delivery men, they stop on the road for every house. They never drive onto the property on any house, regardless of the fence. So yes, they do, but they do it faster in front of our house than any other house because of the box outside.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudes, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, without getting into every back and forth, could you describe your communication with the town from when you did the construction until when you started the hearing process? What went on? It was during COVID. In general, without going date by date, what went on in terms of communication with the town?
Well, my mother was doing a lot of it in the beginning because, as I said, I had just given birth when we bought the house and other issues. But what I do know is that the town only gave us this notice much, much later. When at the time when the first notice was received, the ordinance still had not been updated on the website to the new 3-foot requirement. So, you know, the old one was still there, as we do have screenshots of. We were in full communication the entire time with responsiveness, letters back and forth, and then the appeal when we did the hearing with the Planning Commission, which we didn't really feel heard, to be honest.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, I'll open this to verbal communication now, and then we'll call you back at the end. So you may take a seat, yes. I don't know if there's anybody else who wants to speak. I don't have any cards from anybody else, and I'm looking at Zoom if anybody wants to raise their hand. Okay, it looks like we don't have any other speakers, so if you want to make any concluding comments, Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore, I apologize.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So question for staff, if this fence...
We're still in the comments, so after we conclude that, then we'll ask staff. So if we have questions for the appellant/applicant, we can do that, and then we'll close that. So we're still open with public comment. Is there anything else you felt like you wanted to add before we close public comment? This will be your last opportunity to speak. And you have 5 minutes. You need to be at the microphone.
I hate public speaking.
We don't bite.
No. I'm David. I'm the husband. I got involved a little later on. I'm a physician in the community. The only thing that I have to say is that we were in communication. Things were, we definitely communicated early on, both prior to putting the fence up and afterwards. Unfortunately, some of the communication had broken down because our mother-in-law speaks Russian and not very good English. So I think there was somewhat of a language barrier there. But we communicated from the beginning. We tried our best. This is also slightly convoluted by the fact that she was pregnant with a lot of issues that we tried to address. And over the course of that November to February, we had a lot of issues. And then I had COVID and got very sick. So we had to use somebody else as our liaison, which also made things a little more difficult. So we apologize for that, but we definitely did communicate as best as we could in that time frame.
We have a question for you.
Sure.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, before you get away, before we close your ability to answer questions, we kind of have to ask them. During the Planning Commission, Commissioner Barnett worked you over pretty good and asked a lot of questions, but I feel like we got to ask some before you go away. So I've read, like I said, the Planning Commission transcript pretty thoroughly. One area that eventually led you into this discussion of a potential business, but I think it started with your security, and you're feeling like you need this second fence out at the street for security. But when I walked by, look, the wood fence that you have looks like a good security fence that most people have. And what it looks like to me, what you really wanted to do was increase the amount of area that you have secure by putting another fence further out. So you would have, right now I saw you had your motorcycle park there, and possibly you actually had somebody visiting in a Prius or something when I was there.
The nanny.
The nanny, yeah. So
she's the reason we're here.
It looks like it's giving you more area to store things securely outside of your other secure fence. So that's what it feels like is the main reason you want this fence. So I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to my thinking.
Sure.
If I may, I'm so sorry. If I may answer, the fence that is inside, the wooden fence, was put up by the old owners of the house before we got there. It's a very flimsy fence, and over the last couple of years that we've lived there, anyone who has wanted to get over that fence has, including friends, not friends, anyone. They've hopped the fence, they've reached over, they've pushed it. It's really not a very good source of protection. So God forbid there was a criminal or someone with bad intentions, that would be very little to stop them, whereas the metal fence actually would. And again, it's only closed at night.
And so let me, if I could follow up on that. Again, I know I read this, but I'll just ask it so others can hear it. So one of the concerns is if you have the the metal fence gate closed. Now the car is in the waiting lane with traffic coming by while you're waiting for the gate to open. And that's why I asked about the delivery trucks and are they doing that also? And your response was to the Planning Commission was you promised to leave the gate open from 6 in the morning till 9 at night, I think it was, or something in that range. But if you leave the gate open, then you don't have the security most of the time. Are you planning to have the wooden gate closed, but the metal gate open, so you do sort of have security?
Correct. Yeah. And again, if someone has bad intentions and, criminals and such, most of these crimes do occur at night. And sometimes David is on call at night, leaving me alone with the baby. So that's really the time where it's more scary. Most crimes don't occur in broad daylight. They could, but we're all doing just what we can, to be safe and in whatever reasonable way.
I think it adds a level of deterrence. I think, yes, it's a level of safety. But we had a friend that came over during a recent storm less than a month ago. And he went for a run in the morning. Very odd thing to do, but he did. And he couldn't get back in, and he had hopped the fence because the outer gate was open. It was very easy to hop. It's surprising to me, but it was very easy to hop. And then we had another person that came to fix the front door. Same thing. They hopped the fence without difficulty.
And there were people who showed up randomly taking persimmons from the trees. They had also somehow gotten in through the wooden fence. It doesn't seem very hard to get through that wooden fence.
But to address the answer to your question, yes, I think being more protective of a large lot with the fence being outer is also a reason that we think that this is valuable.
And so how can we guarantee, let's say we did give an exception on your promise to keep the gate open, how can we guarantee that that's going to be the case during the day, or after you get through this, then it's always locked and we have the safety issue?
Okay, so one, I started keeping a log when this happened. I leave usually around 6:15 in the morning, and I come back pretty late. And I want my packages to be delivered, so it was intentional to keep it open. They don't stop and wait for us to show up. They would either throw the package over the gate if it doesn't fit in the hole, put a package into the package delivery system, or just leave without delivering the packages.
And if I may, all of you have at some point visited the property, and none of you have ever found it closed during the day, and that's because it's always open. As we've said, this is just the way we do it. But what we could do maybe is, if ever you find us in violation of that, then we could reopen. I don't know. There could be some sort of way to enforce that as well.
So we have camera systems. I could, in theory, give you access to the videos that are recorded from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. over the course of the next 6 months to a year. I can easily do that because I have 3 or 4 cameras in place that all record. If we're amenable to that option, I'm willing to do that as well.
Okay, if I could bring up one other, one thing that was discussed a fair amount at the Planning Commission was the spikes on the fence that aren't allowed. And you said you were willing to remove the spikes if that was a big deal. So I just wanted to ask that again for council members here in case it was relevant to
That
them.
would be much easier and much cheaper than removing an entire fence. Yes. There are also tons of spikes all around. Even when we drove here, we saw how many? I don't know.
No,
tons of them, but nonetheless.
I understand the concern. Respectfully, they're not very spiky as spikes go. If you
They're more like a decoration.
as we were driving down to come here, I don't usually take this route. I take Blossom Hill down to Santa Cruz Avenue, make a left. But when you're driving down here, nearly all of the wooden fences are sharp pointed. That being said, if the resolution is for us to remove it, it's a very easy fix to remove the sharp points.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to see if other council members want to ask questions now.
I wanted to ask a quick question. First of all, the wooden fence that is within the correct setback that's there, it's really tall. How tall is that fence?
I don't know
6
the
feet?
exact.
I don't know. I think 6 feet, a little less than 6 feet.
That was built by the previous owners. So we
Right,
don't
so
know
that was
exactly.
existing and that is within the setback. Did you consider, I don't know how people are climbing it, I guess they can climb anything, but if you're saying it's flimsy, had you considered just reinforcing that first instead of putting a second
Again,
fence.
when we put up the fence, it was within the rule of the ordinance that was listed on the website. So it hadn't come into mind to do that when what we thought we were doing was within the rule anyway, with the metal fence, so.
Okay.
If we had known, yes, we would have reinforced that fence.
Okay. That's all I have right now, or for you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public comments, so thank you. And
Thank you so much.
we will continue up here. So, do we have questions for staff? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I wanted to know, besides removing the spikes, what else would need to be done to the metal fence in the front to get it into compliance with town code? Would lopping it to 3 feet get it in compliance with town code, or what does that look like?
Thank you for that question. Yes, any fence that is within the front setback needs to meet the 3-foot high requirement. In terms of the gate, that needs to meet the 18-foot setback from the adjacent street. And so that is a different question.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions about the posting of the ordinance or the gate, the fence requirements on the website. And I know that town attorney explained something during the planning commission hearing. I wonder if you could explain that again when in the situation where there's a conflict between the ordinance that have been adopted and the way information is being given, whether it's on a website or over the counter, to residents that's in conflict with the ordinance that's been adopted.
Yes, thank you. There are a number of cases talking about situations that are somewhat similar to this in that property owners relied on information provided by a local entity. And they fall under the umbrella of estoppel. And there's 4 elements required for estoppel in most circumstances. And the gist of it is that the property owner relied to their detriment on information that was provided by somebody. However, when a property owner is seeking estoppel against a local entity, there's an additional element that has to be satisfied. And that is that estoppel cannot be granted against a government entity if it would be contrary to public policy or the public interest. So the result of that is that it's extremely difficult to get estoppel against a local agency.
And if I could follow up on that, does that mean that I'm turning this back to real basics? You go into the supermarket and you pick up a can of soup and there's a price on it, and then you go to the checkout and the scanner comes up with a different price. And you know, it's favorable, the price that's on the can of soup. And so for a consumer, most businesses will honor that price that's on the can. In this case, is the municipality required to enforce the law if there's a conflict, or is it to the discretion of a deciding body such as a council to make a judgment about that?
So in this situation, the council would want to look at the findings that are the grounds for granting an exception. And so any decision that the council makes should be tied to one of those findings, and they're included in the staff report. And I could summarize them if that would be helpful.
Do you want to hear them? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the first grounds for granting an exception is that the property is adjacent to commercial property. And under those circumstances, perimeter fences or walls may be 8 feet if requested or agreed upon by a majority of the adjacent residential property owners. So that would be the first grounds. The second.
That's perimeter fences, not a front fence.
Perimeter, I'll defer to planning, but in my view, perimeter fencing would be any fencing that surrounds the property.
Okay.
And then the second grounds for an exception is that on interior lots, side yard and rear yard fences, walls, gates, etc., behind the front yard setback may be 8 feet tall. And I think that exception won't apply on its face because this particular fence is not behind the front yard setback. The third grounds has to do with public utility facilities, so that won't apply. The fourth grounds is that a special security concern exists that cannot be practically addressed through alternatives. And then the fifth grounds would be a special circumstance exists, including lot size or configuration, where strict enforcement of these regulations would result in undue hardship.
Okay, thank you. Lots of thinking about when we get into discussion. I did have another question though about the information that was reported to be on the website. Do we know when the information on the website was corrected? And was that before they did construction? Was it before they were given a warning? Or was it at another time?
Thank you for that question. The online town code was updated with the new fence regulations once adopted in 2019. The official town code was updated online prior to the construction of the fence. However, there was an additional reference page contained on the town's website that was not updated until the fence was installed.
And do we know whether that was, what date was that? Was it, you say when the fence was installed, so it's after October. Was it before or after they were given a warning?
I don't have the specific date. I believe planning manager might have more to add to that.
Thank you for that question. I don't have a specific date as to when that occurred, but it was after the warning was provided. Town staff located and updated that reference page on the town's website once we were alerted to the fact that it had caused this confusion. The full municipal code was updated promptly and was up to date when the construction occurred, but there was this additional reference page that was delayed in being updated.
And just one more question. So somebody goes and they look at a page and it's what you're calling this additional reference page. Does it tell them that they're supposed to go look somewhere else to double check that?
That section of the, that reference page did reference the section of the town code that language was from. In addition to that, the applicant does state that they were working to try and reach out to staff and to talk with staff to confirm those regulations. And generally, if that was successfully done, that would have allowed us to avoid this problem. Unfortunately, it appears they were not able to get that clarification by communicating with staff.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. And this is for the town attorney. Back to those findings. So when we look at E, a special circumstance exists, and then it talks about including a lot size or configuration, where strict enforcement of these regulations would result in undue hardship. Would a special circumstance be the fact that the town had posted incorrect information? And would undue hardship be considered that they've already constructed this fence that they have said was quite costly and would be a financial hardship to then remove?
I do think the ordinance is capable of being read that way, and ultimately it will be the town council's determination.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So also for the town attorney, one more clarifying question. So we're talking about these exemptions right now, and this is what the Planning Commission was looking at. My understanding is of what we're supposed to be looking at is section 2920, 29.5, where we are expected to overturn the decision. We need to, as it says, prove that there was an error or abuse of discretion, or the decision is not supported by substantial evidence. That's what we should be thinking about, correct?
There's a couple of different ways this could go. The council could say, we think that the Planning Commission decision was not based on sufficient evidence, and send the item back to the Planning Commission for additional review. Or the council could make the finding that the decision was not based on substantial evidence, and that the council has heard evidence tonight that they find persuasive that the exception should be granted. So it depends on whether the council opts to return the item to Planning Commission or make the decision tonight.
Great, thank you.
I just want to make a couple comments, and one is, I mean, I will have more questions, but just overall, when the fence ordinance was updated, it was done for a reason. So we do have fences that are going to look not in compliance because they are older. And, you know, this is more of a personal observation, but walking around, it's very unfriendly to a pedestrian or to neighbors when there's very, very high fences. You're walking along a wall, it doesn't feel friendly. As I walked from downtown Los Gatos all the way up to Blossom Hill Road and through neighborhoods, and I was observing that feeling when you have different fences. So part of the reason we have the low fences is so that we're not putting a fortress in people's faces. Part of the reason, well, the whole reason we have the setback for the driveway is so that we don't have cars queuing. And I can appreciate a pledge or a decision or a promise to keep the gate open, but how do we enforce that? How do we keep that going with the next owner? As somebody who looks at traffic calming is more effective when we change the infrastructure to enforce the traffic calming as opposed to relying on a police officer or people promising to drive the speed limit. When we create roads that enforce that speed limit, it's more effective. So having a fence that is 3 feet high, having the gate further back, allows us to just make sure these things are complied with and, you know, help us have that town feeling. So I'm really struggling with that. I also read the transcript multiple times and watched the Planning Commission meeting, and I'm having trouble finding an error. I also am sympathetic to the fact that if you're trying to get information and the first thing you find is not the correct information, you know, this kind of shows a flaw that we have when we try to help people by having a shortcut page, right? We've got our complete code, and then we've got a reference page, which every time we make a change, we have to remember all the places where we have extra information. And so I think sometimes we're stuck between trying to make things more convenient and accessible, but then creating more work to update it. So those are the things that are going through my head right now. Councilmember Hudes.
Mayor, really quick, the town attorney has a question.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, the city clerk. I just wanted to make a clarification in terms of the website posting of the code. If you go to the homepage on our website for the code, it does state that the listing below indicates all legislation reviewed by the municipal code is updated and printed electronically. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong portion. It says the code of ordinance and or any documents that appear on this site may not reflect the most current legislation adopted by the municipality. And it also lists all currently adopted codes. The way that the website does the codification is, I can't remember if it's quarterly or semi-annually, but they list all of the codes that are adopted and not yet codified. For example, there is an ordinance from November that is listed there and not yet codified. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, and then to clarify that, so this is not something new. This is always how this is what the town website look like at the time that our
I
applicant?
I can't speak towards if I wasn't here at the time, so I'm not sure if the ordinance was submitted to the Muni Code for posting on the main homepage, but I do know that it does take time for it to be codified in the actual code, and there is that disclaimer on the homepage.
That's what I'm asking. So that disclaimer has been on there predating?
It should, I don't know what it was like years ago, but that's my understanding of it.
Yes, it was. That is typical language because we've been using that same vendor for several years now.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information. I appreciate it. All right. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to something that Councilmember Moore asked about, and he asked the question about whether we were to consider the code section that refers to the grounds for reversing a planning commission finding. My question is, are we also permitted to look at the code section 29400320 for the exceptions?
Yes, if the council opts to make a decision on the exception this evening.
Okay, thank you. I had another question, a little bit different. I don't know if the town engineer is here, but there was testimony at the Planning Commission that the reason for the setback and the reason for the gate, and he opined that there was a safety issue. I guess the question is, does an open ornamental metal fence allow some visibility?
Good evening, Council. James Watson, interim town engineer. I do believe it allows for some visibility. I would still argue that it does obstruct your view. And further complicate the particular situation here, you'll notice that the gate does open on the side which oncoming traffic will be coming. And so then that further obstructs view. When the gate's open, you're going to have twice as many bars in that particular area. Now, I thought about the option of moving it to the other side, but I still do believe that there is sufficient obstruction of view when you get closer. You can imagine the further you are away, you can see through it quite well, but as those bars start to line up, you're going to start to lose visibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
So if I could continue, I was curious when I was out there. I saw they had a number of trees planted, and they're on the downwind side of the traffic, but they could still be. I can't remember whether they were in that triangle view problem there. In other words, is it not just the fence, or is the trees that are planted on, let's say, the west side of the gate in the view corridor? And normally you don't need to worry about traffic coming from that direction, but you still do need to worry about pedestrians on the sidewalk. So that's probably a question again for the interim town engineer.
Trees are actually not, they're considered to not be an obstruction once they've reached a certain height, because the trunk of the tree is generally not going to be as robust as, say, a bush. And so trees are allowed to be in a sight line as long as they're not enormous. But those trees, I don't believe, would cause enough visual impairment to, if you think about the number of posts that the decorative metal fence has compared to the total diameter of each tree, I think you're going to notice that there's more obstruction with the metal posts of the decorative metal fence than you're going to with those individual trees that are spaced a couple feet apart.
Okay, thank you. I had a second question. We keep talking about what was on the town website for how, the fence rules. And I can't believe that before we updated the fence rules in 2019, we allowed gates to be at the sidewalk. Unless I'm misremembering, I didn't think, in other words, this fence doesn't seem like it's compliant to what we had before the update in 2019. But I can't remember that well.
Unfortunately, I don't remember either. Don't remember whether that was part of the update at that time or whether it was something that predated this. I believe there was a portion of the code that talks about a setback to garage doors, and so this 18-foot was incorporated into this code, this new code section, to align with that. But I couldn't say whether there was an 18-foot setback requirement for those fences prior to the 2019 code change.
Okay, that's my questions for now.
Okay, Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, I don't recall definitively, but I was on the Planning Commission when we considered the fence ordinance, and what I remember is our fence ordinance was very loose before this, and I think that can be seen by the fact that there are many non-compliant, according to standard code, now on Los Gatos Almaden. I counted a dozen, and they weren't open metal. They're almost all solid redwood as well. So we made some significant changes in 2019 that were then implemented. But I did have another specific question, and I just wanted to understand 2940320A, and so could staff explain whether that's an exception? Adjacent to commercial property, perimeter fences or walls may be 8 feet, and then there's about requesting a majority of residential property owners.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to defer that question to Director Joel Paulson.
Planning Manager Armour, I'll start and then we'll see whether Director Paulson has something to add. For that section of the code, we do generally apply that to side and rear setbacks because that would be the property line that would be immediately adjacent to commercial. If it's a front property line, then you're fronting on the street rather than being immediately adjacent to commercial. All right, he's confirmed that as well.
Okay, but it does say perimeter. So anyway, okay, we're probably going to get into discussion pretty soon, but I don't really have any more questions.
Okay, any other council members? Councilmember Rennie.
So I was going to start with some comments here to get just my thoughts out a little bit on discussion. I think the biggest issue I have to get over is overturning a decision by the Planning Commission. We, entrust them to go do a good job, and of course we oversee, and if they haven't done a good job, the findings we used to have to make were one of 3 things, and I believe we don't have to make them. We kind of softened that in the code, but we used to, in order to overturn the Planning Commission, we had to find that they made an error, that it wasn't in their purview to do what's being asked. A lot of things are in the council's purview, but not in the Planning Commission, or that there was new information. So I don't, and so it's hard for me to, as I said, we don't have to, but it's hard for me to get anywhere near any of those being the case to overturn a Planning Commission's decision. When I read the transcript, I thought they were extremely thorough, thinking through everything. They talked about, what we just talked about, what rules were on the website. They discussed the spikes. They talked about the visibility of pedestrians and cars and the security there. They talked about the security concerns of the applicant. They talked about the security of any car that might be waiting at the gate in the travel lane as sort of part of that. They talked about the plan to maybe leave the gate open during the day. There was a whole discussion about, okay, why do you really need this, and the potential for a future business that would store cars there. They talked about the privacy, security. They discussed all the fence requirements. They discussed the costs of the fence. They talked about town character, which is, again, something I think that's kind of important. think we created these fence ordinances and other pieces of our ordinance to create a certain town character, and having fences at the street is a town character inconsistent to our town character. That's, an additional concern I have too is the character that it presents, and the fact that if we give this exception, others are going to want one too, and we may degrade our town character. So that's kind of a second, in addition to trying to overturn a planning commission who looks like they did a very thorough discussion on it. That's a second issue that I have concerns with here. There was some mention that this was sort of quasi-commercial here. It's residential, but it's right next to commercial. So as we saw, one of the potential findings for an appeal is related to commercial areas. So that, maybe backs that off a little bit. But the biggest help I maybe need from my council members is how do I overturn a planning commission decision that seemed like they did an extremely good job?
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I have pretty similar feelings in general. I would like to try to create some sort of compromise solution. And I think that maybe that's possible and maybe it's not, because I know we're dealing with, overturning this planning commission decision. One thing that I've been thinking about that I don't know if any of my council colleagues might be interested in this is having the fence be compliant at 3 feet, having the applicants have to drop down the fence to 3 feet, but allowing the gate to stay with the expectation that the gate remains open. I don't know if that's something that anyone would be interested in, but just a thought, not a motion.
Vice Mayor?
We've already had testimony from the applicants, but I'm sure if you kind of looked out there in the audience and maybe saw a nod one way or another, if that would even be acceptable. It may not even be acceptable. Okay, thank you. We can't have verbal, but I heard enough. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to make a comment. If we're even going to talk about a compromise, then I would be more inclined to send this back to the Planning Commission for a better solution. But I'm having indigestion over overturning a Planning Commission decision as well. I mean, there could be ameliorating circumstances, but I don't see that the Planning Commission didn't consider every single thing that's been brought up to us and what we're considering. And this isn't a very easy decision. I do have sympathy for the applicant, but I also know that we would have a lot of situations where people said, well, I didn't know, I couldn't find it, I'm not sure. And it's just, the fence, it just feels like I'm walking past a fortress when I'm there, and that's just not what we want in our town, and it's not what our code is asking for. So I'm really struggling with this. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. So I'll tell you right off, I don't like the look of it, and I don't think it is compatible. However, I think we're dealing with what looks like a straightforward violation of the fence ordinance, but it presents some challenges, and I would sort of characterize these challenges as transitional challenges. The first transition is the commercial to residential. And I don't know why really that A wouldn't carry some weight, and it was not discussed by the Planning Commission that I'm aware of. The other element of transitional is what was going on with our town code. And we're going from 2019, where this was enacted, into 2020, where our code was supposedly updated, but our website wasn't updated. And we were dealing with a time when communication maybe wasn't the easiest, so people were relying more on the website. So I don't think it would necessarily be setting a precedent, because that issue with the information on the website was sort of a transitional issue. I think that there also, I think that the issue about being adjacent to commercial is a significant thing to look at. And maybe when we were on, when I was on the Planning Commission, maybe we didn't get it all right initially. That maybe being on an arterial street where people have put up fences, and being on a commercial area, especially one where there is some record of trespassing and high traffic from a shopping center that's, right there. Maybe, that should have been considered and should be considered as a further refinement. So yes, we can look literally at the code, and I think the Planning Commission did a good job of doing that. But I think that the council has the ability to apply some latitude toward that, particularly given the transitional nature of what was going on. I would love to find a compromise situation to this, but I would also explore whether council members would be willing to think about this in that sense. In terms of the specific finding for the Planning Commission, I think there's a finding based on the evidence that's presented, and I don't think that all of the evidence was presented to the Planning Commission about the specifics of the information and the dates on the website. And so I think that there was some sense that there was a difference, but specifically we had testimony tonight from town staff that the website wasn't updated until after the notice was sent to, not just the construction went on, but after the notice was given on this. So I think that qualifies regarding the information that was available and the evidence that was available for the Planning Commission. And so I wouldn't view it as an error, but I would view it as an omission of information, and I think that there's some specific language about that that relates to that. Let me just see.
Councilmember Hughes, can I just ask a quick question
Yeah.
of staff based on something you said? And I'm not trying to nitpick. I don't think it's true, maybe the website wasn't updated. Not all aspects of the website were updated, is my understanding. That the code actually the complete code was on the website. So had an applicant searched the code and looked at the full code, they would have found it was the reference page that they were out of sync with each other. So one was updated and one was not. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I'm only asking that because I just want to make sure that we don't have in the record or whatever that the website was out of date. I agree that this is problematic. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah,
it was inconsistent.
I mean, I don't think it's hard and fast, but I think that, when do you stop looking and keep looking somewhere else? If you see information on a town website that says something, do you continue to see if there's something different? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense, just like the supermarket example. So at any rate, I having been on the Planning Commission and having been sensitive to having decisions overturned and then dealing with this particular policy where the council can overturn, I think there's enough going on here with the information that was available and the transitional nature and the fact that there was not a discussion about the adjacent to commercial part of the exceptions, that I would be okay with adopting a resolution that grants the appeal, because I don't think that it sets a precedent and opens up everyone to being able to build this kind of fence. I think there were some very unique circumstances here. So, without going further on other possible compromises, I feel like the situation would warrant granting this appeal and approving the application. I don't know where we're going to go with it, but.
I would just say, I think your analogy with the supermarket, the one thing is in the supermarket loses a small amount of money and you move on. In this case, we're stuck with a fence that actually can cause a safety issue if the gate is closed and somebody wants to pull in, if the electronic clicker doesn't work, or if there's a power outage or something. And so it's much more permanent than that. Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned the idea of sending it back to Planning Commission to work out the compromise. I don't like sending things back to the Planning Commission very much because it's kind of inefficient, and I look at it as, we should be able to make our own decisions. But I think there maybe is a little bit of work that they could do to find a compromise in this. Well, let me talk. Maybe I don't have my mind completely set here, but when I think about the spikes, it's not an interesting thing I noted in our motion, our resolution to approve it. It talks about approving a fence height, but it's not just a fence height; it's approving a fence height plus spikes, which isn't mentioned in our approval motion. But this, I keep thinking, I think the issue with spikes, I suspect, is this perception that it's dangerous here and somebody had to put spikes to keep people out. I do agree that they tend to me, look a little more decorative, and I don't think anybody's supposed to be climbing over this fence at 6 feet. So they're not. I don't know that they're really dangerous. And also looking at the fence, it seems like you have pretty good visibility to cars that are coming. I think it was mentioned by our interim town engineer that maybe if the opener was moved to the other side, that might increase that. Maybe that's part of a compromise. I do worry about, and I'm going to probably say no every time, gates that are going to be closed, and so cars have to wait in a travel lane on a busy road waiting for the gate to open. I really think that's a safety concern. We've heard tonight people screaming about safety, and we actually just allocated $300,000 to improve the safety a half a block away from this location because of cars that are too fast. So, those are some of my thoughts on this. Maybe there's more thoughts the Planning Commission would come up to solve this.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So I heard Councilmember Rennie interested in sending it back to the Planning Commission, as much as we don't like to do that, but in hope of working on a compromise. I think I heard Councilmember Hudes say that he wanted to approve as is, or he was looking for council to make a compromise rather than sending it back. So if the mayor could get, through the mayor, clarification on that leaning so that I'm clear on what direction we're going, if he's open to us working on a compromise, send it back to the Planning Commission, or just approving it as is.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
I think I've heard some elements of a compromise here that I'd be willing to try in a motion, and if that fails, then we'll see where we go next.
Okay, and to be clear, I just brought it up. If I thought we were going to do a big compromise that would be more appropriate, I really don't want to send this back to the Planning Commission. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, one clarification for question of staff on if we sent it back to the Planning Commission. If the Planning Commission said, what is the direction that they are given? Do they have to change it, or can they say, no, we are satisfied with our decision, send it back to us?
So you would be sending it back to the planning commission to say, here's new information that we heard at the town council that you didn't have the benefit of. Can you please reconsider with this new evidence in mind? And the planning commission would not be bound to, accept, reject, or find a compromise.
Great, thank you. And so that helps a little bit because I think some of my council colleagues have said, I don't feel that we have substantial new evidence. And so I do think that sending it back to planning commission might end it up back at our desk with the same result. Just thoughts.
Is someone thinking about a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Have at it.
And so I move to adopt a resolution granting the appeal and approving the application with three conditions. One, the spikes be removed from the fence. The gate be reconfigured to work from the other side so it doesn't obstruct the traffic, and for the appellant to use their best efforts to ensure that the gate remains open from 6:30 a.m. To 9 p.m. And to provide some documentation to the town of their efforts to do that. The basis and the finding that I can make is that the safety would not be extraordinarily harmed because the fence has pretty good visibility, because the I also think that the public safety weighed with the safety of the property owner, I think, is somewhat in balance, and that I also think that the adjacency to the community, to commercial perimeter of 8 feet is also a finding that I can make. So those are the findings. And with regard to the Planning Commission, I would say that some of those factors were discussed, but some were not. And to the extent that those issues were not brought forward and discussed by the Planning Commission, then that constitutes, I'm looking for the language, is it additional? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Where is that language?
It's in 2920-295, and the appellant bears the burden of proving there was error or an abuse of discretion, or that the decision was not supported by substantial evidence in the record.
Right. The not supported by substantial evidence, I think, relates to the information about the town website and the lack of consideration of the adjacency to community perimeter. So that's the motion.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Rennie.
I kind of have a question. I didn't understand the adjacency to the perimeter. Are you referring to commercial adjacency?
Yes, the A, which is adjacent to commercial property, perimeter fences or walls may be 8 feet if requested or agreed upon by a majority of the adjacent residential property owners.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned adjacency. I just wanted, because I think the commercial is an important part of this because, again, I think we both said we don't really think it's in the character of Los Gatos and we don't want it to spread other places, but this is kind of exceptional because it's next to commercial. So I will go ahead and second your motion for the sake of more discussion if we need it.
Is more discussion needed? Vice Mayor?
I don't like the look of the fence. I think I just don't agree with the neighborhood character right there on the property line. However, I'm very sympathetic with all that's happened with the applicant. The COVID shutdown was difficult for communication purposes. I don't think any of us keeps a vehicle code handbook handy or a penal code handbook handy so that we could research all the ramifications or provisions of certain codes and laws. So I can see that maybe they didn't do that extra step on the website. I would prefer that the fence be moved back 9 feet as a compromise, but that wasn't part of the motion by the maker of the motion. But based upon the testimony, the evidence, the considerations here, and the fact that it's already constructed, I would go ahead and support the motion.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm still not convinced that the decision of the Planning Commission was not supported by substantial evidence. And so for that reason, I am not supportive of the motion.
Okay, and I pretty much fall in the same category. So it looks like we're ready to take a vote. We have a motion and a second. So all in favor of granting the appeal?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
No. Okay, the motion passes 3-2 with Vice Mayor Badami, Councilmember Rennie, and Councilmember Hudes in support, and Councilmember Moore and the mayor opposed. So the appeal is granted. Okay. We have the next item. Yes. Does anyone need a break, or we'll just keep going? We got 20 minutes. We're going. Okay, so now we move to item 4, which was pulled from the consent calendar. And that looks like we've got, this is the Los Gatos Creek Trail to Highway 9 Trailhead Connector Project. And it looks like we have a report from Director Burnham, who's on Zoom.
I can provide a brief overview. I don't know if you'd like me to do that, or if you'd like to jump into Councilmember Hudes' questions. This is Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself.
No worries. Actually, yes, you're right. Councilmember Hudes just had more substantial questions than we could do without pulling this item, so we'll just proceed with his questions.
Yeah, thank you. I have no problem with the project, but I want to understand the financial context. And so my question is, there's expenditures that are listed on page 23 of the staff report. What's the anticipated timing of these expenditures? And is the total out of pocket to the town $995,377, or 17% of the total? And then I have another question after that.
Okay, sure. The timing of the expenditures actually would coincide with the project schedule outlined in Table 1 in the memo. So we'd be seeing these expenditures between June of 2023 and November of 2024, which is during the construction cycle. And there is $995,377 in GFAR allocated to this project that would not be reimbursed by grants. So the total project cost is the $5.7 million that's in the table, the majority of which would be reimbursed by grant.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is, what's come before this? So this is the construction phase. What's the total cost, and what has been the cost to the town and the grants?
So the design phase, what I would call the design phase to get us into the construction documents that we currently have in front of you, we spent $670,000 total of, approximately. These are a bit of round numbers. Of that, $330,000 approximately was GFAR. So the town fronted about 50% of the design cost. So If you count design plus construction, I think it tallies that the town is going to have spent about $1.3 million in GFAR on a total project cost of about 6.4 million. So I think the town out of GFAR will have paid about 20% of the total project, if my math is correct.
Right, 20%. Okay, that is helpful to know, and it's also helpful, I think, going forward for these kinds of reports and also for our consideration of our capital plan going forward, because we have a number that are like this. So that's why I wanted to take the time to get a better understanding of this one. Thank you. I have no further questions. I don't know, we guess we need to do public comment and all that. Yeah.
And do we have one more question from Councilmember Moore? And then
Yeah, if you don't mind, while we have the item pulled. So also for Director, so my understanding of this is largely funded by the OBAG grants. And my understanding is if we don't use the grants that we are given by OBAG, those are, we will likely not be awarded them next time. Is that correct?
I think there's always a risk in any grant program, not just OBAG, of, if the funds aren't used in the appropriate time frame, the granting agency gets frustrated. I think that's true in any of our grant programs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, if I don't see any other hands raised, I'll open this to public comment. I do not have any cards for this item. I see 4 people on Zoom. Is anybody going to raise their hand? John Shepherdson. Okay, you can speak now. You can unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So my quick read of the report was that it would be a viable option to not go ahead with this at this time, and you would not lose out with the funding. Or maybe it's that Caltrans has not authorized the money yet, and we could perhaps wait for them to do that. And I'm not sure if I correctly read the report, but so I had that question. And then the second sort of larger issue is as much as I'm for this kind of project, the concern about the overall budget and where we're spending our money and our resources and our roads and our pensions and so forth. And this is a good chunk of money. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for the speaker, and I don't see any other speakers for this item, so I'm closing public comment. And do we have any discussion or a motion? Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. I think we did get a bit of an answer to the question about what would happen if we didn't approve this. So I'm concerned about that risk. I think that the cost to the town of roughly $1 million to improve this connection and fix the safety is a value to the town that would meet the needs of our residents. I do have concerns about much more expensive projects than this in terms of the town, but this one I think would be proper, so I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the project plan, specifications, and estimate, and the authorization to advertise and solicit bids for the construction of the project upon receipt of the funding approval E76 from Caltrans. So I think that clarifies that it is upon the approval from Caltrans.
Okay, and Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I would point out that this project was prioritized a while ago. We've put money and time into it. It's an incredibly important connection along the Creek Trail, and it's going to play an important role when the Highway 17 and Highway 9 interchange is redone by Caltrans in a few years. which will have bike lanes and sidewalks and will allow this connection to the creek. Did you have a comment?
One quick question on clarifying the motion. So just to confirm, when I'm reading this, there's an A, B, C, and I only heard the A and the B, but I could be totally wrong. Just want to
I think I heard all three. The C
Okay.
is authorize the release of request for proposal for construction management. Did staff, I think the motion contained all three items.
Yeah, approval of the project plan, specifications and estimate, and authorization to advertise and solicit bids for the construction of the project upon receipt of funding approval from Caltrans. And I think I may have left this out. The staff recommends authorization to release the request for proposal for construction management, inspection, and materials testing services for the project. So thank you for that.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so we have
Second.
that. We have the second. Okay, not seeing any other comments. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we are back to verbal communications. So we have cards, so we will continue. Our next speaker is, okay, so we've finished all of our items. So these are items not on the agenda. Our speaker is Lisa Harris.
I'd like to go after Joanne Rogers.
Okay. Okay, I won't do that always, but let's see. I have Doc.
Sure. Tonight we've talked about security and safety, and I brought some articles in from the San Jose Mercury, and one of the problems we're having, according to the Mercury, is from China. This company called TikTok has taken a huge 600,000 square feet space, and before they were given permission to move in here, there was concerns that they were going to be doing data mining, sort of a spy operation. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's right down at the San Jose airport. And then also in O'Hare Airport, now they're requiring facial recognition to get on an airplane. And that is the policy in communist China too, to recognize people and to control them. And I would just appreciate if if you, Mayor Risto, would comment to the San Jose Mercury, because they're inviting people to comment on that, because you're familiar with technology and also with transportation. I'm just asking you to comment that you're opposed to facial recognition and that it wouldn't be used at the San Jose airport, because that's what totalitarian governments use. So I'm asking you to please address that in some way, and also and even to comment to the San Jose Mercury on that. And the information is over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll make sure that the information is shared. And just to point out, that is not under the purview of our town councils, so any comment I would ever make would be as a private citizen. I could not speak on behalf of the town. But thank you for bringing this to our attention. Our next speaker is Chris Wiley. Okay, well, they're always going to get rearranged because I was trying to put subjects together. So, all right, so I have Ms. Hogan.
I'm a little tired, and I've had a lot of time to make a lot of changes to my writing here. Good evening. I want to speak to you and the good people of Los Gatos about maxims. Maxims tell us what's fair and right and just, and maxims are supposed to control our courts, our legislatures, and every consideration of mankind that seeks what's fair and best for everyone, and not for just the fortunate, the less fortunate, or the few. No right-thinking person can disagree with a maxim. All for one, one for all is the American way. None is entitled to any privilege that is denied to others. Liberty to all, but preference to none. The right to liberty belongs to each individual equally. Man's laws must submit to higher laws, such as those inherent rights given to us by God, which man and government may never take away. These rights are what make the USA so unique and desirable to people from all around the globe. Without these rights, America will fall. One inherent right is the right to be safe. Any law that fails to promote the safety and well-being of the people, all the people, each person individually, is a bad law and is illegitimate exercise of state power. The prosperity of any particular industry, individual, or minority subculture within society is never more important than the safety of all the people, and is therefore illegal and violates the supreme law. LGBTQ, Black Lives Matter, diversity, equity, inclusion, listen, learn, change, grow, and race, color, skin are all examples of identity politics in Los Gatos that work against at least one individual. In fact, these examples all work against the majority of people in Los Gatos. Any promotion of something that hurts one person is illegal. Therefore, all of the above groups are illegal. The safety of the people can only be judged or measured by the safety of each individual. It is not the safety of the majority that counts. It is the safety of each individual that counts. If the law is bad for any innocent individual, then it is bad for all. Maxims teach us that every individual must be safe, or society itself is not safe. I know of at least one Los Gatos girl who was turned into a boy by LGBTQ and Cassie. I also know of at least one Black Lives Matter member who assaulted a white Los Gatos resident in the name of diversity, equity, inclusion. I also know that Mayor Risto, former Mayor Syock, and Council Member Rob Moore all support Black Lives Matter and supported the very Black Lives Matter member who assaulted the white woman.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I can assure you that a
Thank you.
crime
Your time
has
is up,
been
Ms. Kerr.
committed, and
Thank
your
you.
support will be remembered.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. All right, now I have 3 more speaker cards. So why don't, we have Joanne Rogers, Chris Wiley, and Lisa Harris, and I will let you get up and speak in the order which you choose. You are my last 3 speakers. So thank you for your stamina and your attention.
I probably can't speak as fast now, but I'll try. On January 12th, 2023, Joel, our community development director, received a letter back from Sacramento in response to letters that were sent to our state capitol regarding our housing element. These letters to Sacramento were sent from Yambi, Silicon Valley at Home, and Carly Clark. I was curious as to the intent of Carly Clark in writing directly to Sacramento Housing Authority, because she represents Los Gatos as a planning commissioner and as a partner of and campaign manager of our newly elected town council member. It's my understanding that she's also involved as a housing advocate for West Valley Community Services. I'd like to read the letter that Commissioner Kiley sent to Sacramento in full, a public document as posted on our website. November 18th, 2023. 2022 to Sacramento from Kylie. Hello, I hope this email finds you well. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing on the housing element. As someone who does housing work in a lot of anti-home cities, I really appreciate the work you're doing to resolve our state's housing crisis. I'm a Los Gatos Planning Commissioner, but I am writing to you just as a concerned citizen. I'm reaching out to make sure you are aware of the referendum that was recently signed by enough Los Gatos voters to be placed on the ballot. The referendum suspends the town's land use and community design elements in the general plan, which was approved by the town council in the last few months. The referendum was fully paid for and passed by a few rich, white, anti-housing men in our town. The justification of this referendum is the opposition of our planned housing numbers, as we went above the state mandate, which makes sense, as this is a general plan looking 20 years out, not just planning for this 8-year HE cycle. The anti-housing group is claiming that the town will build 12,000 new units in the next 8 years. Ha ha, I wish. That's a quote. I have a lot of questions about this referendum, including whether it is even lawful, as it places land use on the ballot, meaning if the town wanted to make any future changes to our land use, we would have to take it to the voters. It also might cause some serious problems with our housing element, as obviously our land use element is closely tied to it. I wanted to make y'all aware of this and to see if you could help support our town in any way. We put a lot of work into our general plan, and these are very strong elements. I would hate to see them reformed to allow for less housing just because of a few upset rich residents. Thank you very much. In community, Carly Clark, a community organizer, nonprofit professional. We know how important it is to get our housing correct.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Are you almost done? Your time is up.
Okay. For the future of Los Gatos and its citizens, the question is Kylie acting in the best interests of Los Gatos and abiding by her code of conduct? Citizens have a voice, and this is a lesson in the way democracy works. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we did see the letter. Chris Wiley then is next, or is it Lisa Harris? Decide quickly, we're all tired. Okay.
The podium. What happened at a podium? It makes it a lot easier for the speaker. You have a chair and a desk.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read this only because I want to make sure I don't get off track. I am concerned about the planning commissioner, Kylie Clark, and her email that was sent directly to the HCD in Sacramento, giving her personal thoughts on the draft housing element. While she has the right, her letter makes it clear her personal agenda and biases, making her unfit to be a planning commissioner where objectivity is required. Housing issues before the planning commission must be treated objectively, and citizens before the planning commission need to feel that they are getting a fair hearing. This letter didn't feel that way to me. She also makes a derogatory comment about the concerned citizens trying to further democracy by putting the housing elements up for citizens to vote up front, in an open legal process supported by 3,400 Los Gatos citizens. Her derogatory comments are incompatible with the town's stated goals of, which you have in section 3, paragraph 3 at the beginning of your meeting, which says, goals strongly condemning hate speeches and offensive and hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind should not be stood up for. And that's on our site. In addition, Kylie's comments are not helpful in avoiding the dreaded builder's remedy. We kind of open ourselves to that door, and you know we've talked about this for years. We don't want the state to start running our planning department. And this seems to be something that no one wants. This needs to be fully investigated and appropriate action taken, including possible removal from the Planning Commission. Kylie's email can be found by searching the housing element on the town's website and bringing up the individual public comments sent directly to the HDC. When I was a contracting officer for years, I had a staff quite big, 30. And through this valley, when you're dealing with contractors, you collect their mugs. I had a guy who put a ton of the mugs on the shelf. He had Lockheed, Westinghouse, companies that don't exist. At the same time, he was negotiating with companies, billion-dollar contracts, million-dollar contracts, with those on the shelf. I brought the staff together and said, you can take them home, you can do what you want to keep them, it's okay. It's okay to take those mugs from the company, but how do you look to that fella who's trying to get a contract when he sees all those mugs going, wow, is he a Westinghouse fan? Is it a Northrop Grumman fan? And this was the kind of thing that came to mind to me. She represents our town, and yes, she has a personal opinion, but it's also a bit of a conflict and
Okay.
how it looks.
Thank you, Chris. Our final speak. Oh, no, I have a hand raised, but I will go. Lisa Harris, go ahead. You're in the room. Somebody at Zoom could be in their PJs and slippers right now, so we'll go with who's in the room.
Person. So this is picking up what Kylie Clark said in the letter that Joanne read. And I want to give that quote again that she said, "The referendum was passed by a few rich, white, anti-housing men in our town." And I found her comments to be racially inflammatory, ageist, and divisive. It's neither appropriate nor acceptable to be a representative of our town and speaking that way about anybody. And if you take that sentence and you take white out of it and you put any other nationality or race in there, most people would say, wow, that's a really racial comment. And I just want people to think about that. On the town website, there's legal and ethical standards, and it says that the Planning Commission must serve as role models of leadership and civility, and I ask you to think about that. Does that sound like she's being civil? I don't think so. She has a responsibility to abide by the code of conduct, and I find it interesting that the town even hired, I think I'm correct on this, a DEI consultant, diversity, equity, inclusion specialist. So I think that there really needs to be some work done on some of the people who are representing our town. I'm really disappointed. And I'm requesting that she's removed from her position as a town planner. She should absolutely not be there representing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know if we have. Oh, yes. One more speaker, John Shepherdson. Okay, you can speak now.
Thank you, Mayor. Maristo. So, yes, I'm in my living room with my PJs, so I guess I'm one of those. So thank you for letting me speak. My first point was I grew up in Bellwood. I went to Marisu School, which is on Gatos, and I'm very familiar with that intersection. And, I in my mind, it can kind of be viewed, it's a bit of exaggeration, but not in this case in terms of the recent accident, it's Blossom Hill Freeway. And so I think that something does need to be done on to reduce the speed of drivers coming down that road. They come over the hill, they pass Union, and now you got this kind of a straightaway, especially if the light at least is green. So that's my point there. And the second point I wanted to make is certainly to the prior speaker's comments, the people that serve our government should set a good example. And the third point was to the speaker's comments about Black Matters and that larger issue. I would say that we're all Americans. We're all on the same team. And if you're on a team and a segment or segments of your teammates, some of your teammates have not been treated well, not just for years, but for centuries. Slavery, Jim Crow, civil rights. And I don't think anybody can say that racism is ended. And yes, it can be reversed as well. But I think that to attempt to ameliorate some of that in to get to equality for all of us is worthwhile. And so to the extent that the mayor and Council Member Rennie and Mr. Moore and Council Member Badami and Hudis support that, and prior council members have, I think it's worthy to stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like that's our last Zoom speaker. We have no one else for verbal communications, and so I'll adjourn the meeting.